The waiting room smells like floor wax and someone else's coat. It is a particular smell, that combination, industrial lemon and damp wool, and beneath it something floral, something bottled, the ghost of a perfume that left the room an hour ago and is still, faintly, insisting on itself. The chairs are turquoise vinyl. The magazines on the side table are 3 months old. A receptionist with a precise wave in her hair clicks through papers behind a frosted glass partition, and somewhere past the inner door a telephone is ringing and nobody's answering it. You're sitting here in 1958 in a doctor's office in any American city you care to name, and you are wearing, as you always wear, your perfume. You put it on this morning without thinking about it, the way you always do. 2 touches of the stopper to the inside of each wrist, 1 to the hollow of the throat. The bottle is on your dressing table at home right now. It has a French-sounding name. The label lists almost nothing. The bottle is beautiful. The doctor will see you shortly. He'll write something on a prescription pad, a fountain pen making its particular soft scratching sound across the paper. He will hand the paper across the desk and you will fold it and put it in your handbag, next to the compact, next to the lipstick, next to the small amber bottle of the pills he prescribed you last month. And when you leave and walk out into the street, your perfume will go with you, invisible, unnamed, legal. This is a story about what is in that bottle. It is a story that took a very long time to begin, and it is not finished yet. But there is no urgency here. The waiting room is warm. The clock on the wall moves slowly, as clocks in waiting rooms always do. And the story, when you know how it ends, is the kind you can hold quite gently, because it happened slowly, over decades, to millions of women who mostly never knew it was happening at all. Come in, the doctor will see you now. Somewhere in your home right now, on a bathroom shelf, a dressing table, a bedside cabinet, there is probably a bottle of something that smells good. Perfume, cologne, scented lotion, a candle in a jar, a fabric softener, a shampoo that claims to smell like rain or sandalwood or the inside of a luxury hotel. It may be expensive. It may have cost the same as a parking ticket. It may have been a gift in a ribboned box, something chosen with care by someone who wanted you to have a small, beautiful thing. Under United States law, the specific ingredients in that fragrance do not have to be listed on the label. Not the individual chemicals, not the compounds. The word fragrance, or parfum, in the international version, can appear as a single entry, a closed door, a legal summary of anywhere from 12 to 3,000 separate chemical compounds, none of which you are entitled to know about. This is not an oversight. It is not a regulatory gap that nobody noticed. It is a deliberate protection written into law that has been in place since 1966, and the industry that benefits from it has spent considerable energy ensuring it stays exactly where it is. This is the story of how that happened. It is also the story of what independent laboratory testing has found inside those bottles in the years since researchers started looking, the compounds that appeared, the ones that raise questions, the ones that the industry calls safe and the scientists call inadequately studied. It is the story of the women who started choosing fragrance-free and the reasons some of them had for doing so and what they found on the other side of that choice. And it is the story of 4 ingredients, 4 specific chemical compounds that come up again and again when people who study fragrance chemistry talk about what they would most want you to know. None of this will alarm you. The narrator of this story has known the ending for a long time and has made her peace with it, the way you make peace with most things that turned out to be more complicated than they first appeared. The world is full of complicated things. The dressing table is not going anywhere. The bottle is still beautiful, and knowing what is inside it, or as much as anyone is permitted to know, is simply a way of being in the world with your eyes open rather than closed. If you enjoy listening to sleep stories like this, subscribe. I post stories like this weekly. Let us begin where the law begins, and the law, as it so often does, begins with a problem that seemed entirely reasonable at the time. To understand why the ingredients in your perfume are a legal secret, you have to go back to 1938 and to a piece of legislation called the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, a law that was passed in the United States not because anyone was thinking very hard about perfume, but because a sulfonamide antibiotic had killed 107 people, many of them children, because the manufacturer had dissolved it in a toxic solvent called diethylene glycol, and nobody at the time was legally required to test cosmetic or drug preparations for safety before selling them to the public. The deaths were preventable in the most straightforward possible sense. The compound that killed those people was not secret. The toxicity of diethylene glycol was not unknown. The problem was simply that no law required the manufacturer to ask whether what they were putting in their product would harm the people who received it. In the years before the Act, the legal framework governing what could be put into a cosmetic product and sold to an American consumer was essentially nothing. The Sulfonamide Disaster of 1937 was not the first time that people had been harmed by inadequately regulated consumer products, but it was the event that crystallized sufficient political will to act. The FD&C Act that followed represented a genuine expansion of the federal government's authority to protect consumers, requiring safety testing for drugs before market entry, establishing labeling requirements, giving the Food and Drug Administration meaningful enforcement powers for the first time. These were real advances. They reflected a genuine commitment to the principle that the people who made things for consumption had some obligation to ensure those things did not kill the people who consumed them. For the era, this was progress of a recognizable kind. But the Act contained an exception that in 1938 seemed entirely reasonable, and that, by 2026, has produced something considerably more complicated than anyone who wrote it could have anticipated. Fragrance, the scent component of a cosmetic product, was granted a particular and specific status under the Act's labelling requirements. The ingredients in a cosmetic product had to be listed on the label in descending order of concentration. But the specific chemicals that made up a fragrance blend within a product did not have to be individually identified. The single word fragrance, or its French equivalent parfum, was declared legally sufficient to describe whatever combination of chemical compounds the manufacturer had chosen to use to produce the product's scent. This was defended at the time as a protection for trade secrets, the argument being that a perfume formula represented proprietary intellectual property, the product of years of development and creative work, and that requiring its disclosure on a label would allow any competitor to simply copy it. The trade secret argument was not without merit, and it is worth considering seriously before dismissing it. A perfume formula is genuinely proprietary information. The great perfume houses of the mid-20th century had invested enormous effort in developing their signature scents. The specific combination of materials, the ratios, the sequence of volatilization that produced a particular olfactory experience over time. Chanel No. 5, developed by the perfumer Ernest Beau for Coco Chanel and launched in 1921, was not simply a pleasant smell. It was an extraordinarily complex technical and creative achievement, a formula that had been developed through hundreds of iterations, that used materials in combinations that had never been tried before, and that produced an experience that was entirely new. Requiring that formula to appear on a label would have made it available to every competitor who could read a label and had access to the same materials. The trade secret exemption protected something real. But the exemption as written was broad. It did not protect only the specific ratios and combinations that constituted the genuinely proprietary element of a perfume formula. It protected the identity of every individual compound within the fragrance, regardless of whether that compound was itself proprietary or widely available. The diethyl phthalate used as a fragrance carrier was not proprietary. The limonene from the citrus top notes was not proprietary. The synthetic musk used for the dry down was not proprietary. It appeared in dozens of other products from dozens of manufacturers, but all of these compounds were equally hidden behind the single word fragrance, protected from disclosure by an exemption that had been designed for the genuinely proprietary element and applied wholesale to everything else. This overbroad application was not, in 1938, immediately apparent as a problem, because in 1938 the fragrance palette was considerably simpler. The synthetic chemistry revolution that would eventually produce thousands of novel fragrance compounds had not yet fully arrived. The materials in a mid-century perfume were predominantly natural, essential oils extracted from plants, animal-derived fixatives, a relatively small number of synthetic accords that had been developed in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The fragrance exemption applied to these materials concealed a relatively small number of compounds whose identities and safety profiles were, in the main, reasonably well understood. What no one in 1938 foresaw was the pace of synthetic chemistry development over the following decades. The post-war period brought an explosion of new synthetic organic compounds, molecules that had never existed in nature, produced in chemical laboratories for specific commercial purposes, including the purpose of producing scent more cheaply, more consistently, and in greater variety than natural extraction could achieve. By the 1960s, the fragrance palette had expanded enormously. By the 1980s, it contained thousands of compounds. By the early 21st century, estimates of the number of chemical compounds used or potentially usable in commercial fragrance formulas ran to minus 10,000 or more. The exemption that had been written to protect a formula built from dozens of materials was now protecting formulas built from hundreds, and the identity of those hundreds was legally sealed behind a word that had been in place, unchanged since 1938. The Fair Packaging and Labelling Act of 1966 reinforced and formalised the exemption at a moment when it was beginning to matter more. By 1966, the American consumer economy had transformed perfume from a luxury for the prosperous few into a mass-market product available at every drugstore and department store counter in the country. Hundreds of millions of units of fragranced consumer products were being sold annually, not just perfume proper, but shampoo, soap, body lotion, laundry detergent, household cleaning products, air fresheners, candles, and dozens of other product categories in which fragrance was used to signal cleanliness, freshness, femininity, luxury, or simple pleasantness. Each of these products contained fragrance. Each of them was subject to the same exemption. The single word that had been written into law in 1938 to protect the formula of Chanel No. 5 was now protecting the fragrance component of every household cleaning product in America. The 1966 Act required that cosmetic ingredients appear on labels in descending order of concentration, with one exception: fragrance. Fragrance remained a closed category, a single entry in an otherwise complete list. A label could list water, sodium lauryl sulfate, glycerin, citric acid, and a dozen other compounds by their full names, and then conclude with the word fragrance, which stood in for whatever number of additional compounds the manufacturer had added for scent. The consumer reading that label could not know, from the label alone, whether the fragrance component was a simple blend of a few well-understood materials or a complex mixture of dozens of compounds of varying safety profiles. The label did not distinguish between these cases, and the law did not require it to. The industry lobbying organization that would become the primary voice on fragrance safety, originally the Fragrance Materials Association of the United States, later reorganized and renamed as the Research Institute for Fragrance Materials, RIFM, was founded in 1966, the same year the Fair Packaging and Labelling Act cemented the fragrance exemption. The timing was not coincidental. The industry recognized that the exemption needed a scientific defense, a mechanism by which the fragrance industry could argue that its compounds were safe without the argument depending entirely on consumer trust or regulatory goodwill. The RIFM would provide that mechanism, a body that would review fragrance ingredients, publish safety assessments, and develop usage guidelines that could be pointed to as evidence that the industry was taking safety seriously, even in the absence of mandatory disclosure. The self-regulatory structure that RIFM and its associated body, the International Fragrance Association, IFRA, put in place over the following decades had genuine substance. Compounds were reviewed, safety assessments were published in peer-reviewed journals, usage restrictions were imposed on compounds found to present unacceptable risks. A number of fragrance compounds were prohibited or restricted through this process: the nitromusks, several photosensitizing compounds, some carcinogenic impurities that appeared in manufacturing processes. The system was not empty. It produced real restrictions and real reformulations. But it was built on the foundation of the trade secret exemption, which meant that the system's conclusions were available to the industry but not to the consumer. The consumer could not verify whether a specific product complied with the RIFM guidelines, because the consumer could not see the ingredients that were or were not complying. This is the architecture that has been in place since 1966, a regulatory exemption for fragrance, an industry self-regulatory body that assesses safety and issues guidance, a label that says one word where anywhere from a handful to several thousand compounds are present, and a consumer who must either trust the system or go without the information needed to evaluate it independently. The architecture is not illegal. Every element of it is explicitly permitted by law. But it was designed at a moment when the chemistry was simpler, the safety science was less developed, and the aggregate exposure from multiple fragrance products used daily over decades was not something anyone had thought to assess systematically. 60 years later, the chemistry is more complex. The safety science has accumulated more findings. The aggregate exposure has become the focus of serious research, and the architecture is largely the same. The label still says fragrance, the exemption is still in force, and the clock in the waiting room is still showing 1966. The particular quality of this regulatory stasis is worth dwelling on, because it is not the result of no one caring or no one trying. Advocates have been pushing for fragrance ingredient disclosure for decades. Researchers have been documenting fragrance compound exposures and their potential effects since the 1980s. Dermatologists and allergists have been identifying fragrance as a primary allergen and sensitizer in their clinical practices since at least the 1970s. The system has not been unchanged because no one noticed the problem. It has been unchanged because the industry that benefits from it has the resources and the legal mechanisms to maintain it, and because the regulatory framework that might have changed it was written in a moment that did not foresee what it was authorizing. This is the foundation, the law, the exemption, the single word. Everything that follows grows from this particular root. The decision, made in 1966 and not yet fully reversed, that the bottle may say whatever it says about its contents, except for the one thing that a great number of people, for a great number of years, would eventually most want to know. A modern commercial perfume is not, in most cases, what it was in 1900. The perfumes of the early 20th century were built primarily from natural materials, essential oils extracted from flowers, resins, woods, animal secretions. Jasmine absolute, rose otto, sandalwood, musk from the musk deer, civet from the civet cat, ambergris from the intestines of sperm whales. These materials were expensive, variable in quality depending on the harvest, and available only in limited quantities. The finest perfumes were genuinely rare things, assembled with patience from materials that were themselves the products of agricultural and natural systems operating at their own speed. The chemistry revolution changed this. Beginning in the mid-19th century and accelerating through the 20th, synthetic chemistry made it possible to reproduce, and eventually to improve upon, or at least to approximate, the scent compounds found in natural materials. Coumarin, synthesized in 1868, reproduced the scent of fresh hay. Vanillin, first synthesized in 1874, captured the primary aromatic compound of vanilla at a fraction of the cost of the bean. Aldehydes, a class of organic compounds that produce sharp, soapy, slightly metallic scent notes, were incorporated into fragrance formulas in the early 20th century and gave Chanel No. 5, launched in 1921, its distinctive cool, abstract quality that distinguished it from the heavier floral perfumes that had preceded it. The synthetic palette expanded enormously through the 20th century. Musks in particular underwent a transformation. Natural musk from the musk deer, a protected species in many countries and the subject of conservation concern since at least the 1970s, was gradually replaced by synthetic alternatives. The first synthetic musks, nitromusks, were developed in the late 19th century. They worked, they were cheap, they were stable, and several of them, musk ambrette, musk tibetine, musk moschine, were eventually found to cause problems. Musk ambrette was identified as a photosensitizer, meaning that exposure to sunlight after skin contact could cause rashes and skin damage. It was phased out through the 1980s. The nitromusks were replaced by polycyclic musks, which were replaced in turn by macrocyclic and linear musks, as concerns accumulated about various members of the earlier synthetic categories. This cycling through synthetic musk generations, introducing a compound, using it widely for decades, identifying a concern, replacing it with something new, is a pattern that runs through the history of fragrance chemistry more broadly. It is not necessarily a history of malice. It is more accurately a history of a chemistry that moved faster than the toxicology, of compounds introduced before there was adequate understanding of their behavior in the body or in the environment, and of a regulatory framework that placed the burden of identifying harm after the fact, rather than requiring proof of safety before use. Today, a single commercial fragrance formula may contain anywhere from a few dozen to several hundred individual chemical compounds. A 2019 study published in the journal Environmental Health Perspectives tested fragrance-free products, items marketed as unscented, and found that they still contained on average 20 chemicals from known fragrance compound classes. The chemicals were there to mask the inherent smell of other ingredients, a practice known in the industry as a masking fragrance, and they appeared on no label as anything other than, if they appeared at all, the word fragrance. A 2018 study by the Environmental Working Group and the Campaign for Safe Cosmetics tested 17 name-brand fragrances and found that each product contained an average of 14 secret chemicals not listed on the label, compounds that appeared in independent chemical analysis but were absent from the ingredient disclosure. Among the chemicals found were diethyl phthalate, a compound in the phthalate family that has been the subject of endocrine disruption research, synthetic musks including galaxolide and tonalide, which have been found to bioaccumulate in human tissue, and a number of sensitizing compounds, chemicals that, with repeated exposure, can trigger allergic responses in susceptible individuals. The fragrance industry's response to these findings followed a familiar template. The companies involved noted that the chemicals present were all within safe usage limits, as defined by the International Fragrance Association, the industry body that sets its own voluntary guidelines. They noted that the individual compounds were all on approved lists. They did not dispute the chemical findings. They disputed the conclusions drawn from them, and in some cases they were right to do so because the science on some of these compounds genuinely is complex and contested. But the pattern of response, industry guidelines, approved lists, safe usage levels set by industry-adjacent bodies, raised questions that the science itself could not entirely answer, because the questions were partly about who was doing the asking and who was funding the answers. There is a word that comes up repeatedly in discussions of fragrance chemistry: bioaccumulation. It refers to the tendency of certain chemical compounds to accumulate in biological tissue over time, to enter the body faster than the body can process and eliminate them, and to build up in fat cells, in blood, in breast tissue across years of exposure. Several synthetic musks have been found to bioaccumulate in human tissue. Galaxolide and tonalide, two widely used polycyclic musks, have been detected in human breast milk, in umbilical cord blood, in adipose tissue. The quantities found are generally described by the industry as below levels of concern. The question of what below levels of concern means when the concern is a compound that has been accumulating in tissue for 20 or 30 years of daily use is one that the industry's safety assessments have not always addressed with precision. The European Union has taken a considerably more active regulatory position on fragrance chemicals than the United States. As of 2023, the EU has restricted or banned several dozen fragrance compounds that remain in use in American products, including a number of nitromusks and several compounds identified as common skin sensitizers. The EU's Cosmetics regulation, which requires the disclosure of 26 specific fragrance allergens on product labels when present above certain concentration thresholds, represents a significant departure from the American fragrance's single-entry approach. A bottle of perfume sold in Europe must list lilial, limonene, linalool, geraniol, and other known sensitizers individually when they exceed the regulatory threshold. The same bottle sold in the United States may list only fragrance. This regulatory divergence is not incidental. It reflects a fundamental difference in how the two regulatory systems handle the question of burden of proof. The EU system operates on something closer to the precautionary principle, the idea that when there is reasonable scientific concern about a chemical's safety, the burden is on the manufacturer to demonstrate safety before use. The American system operates, in the fragrance category particularly, on something closer to the opposite, the idea that a compound is assumed safe until harm is demonstrated, and that the demonstration of harm must be sufficiently definitive to override commercial considerations before regulatory action is taken. Both approaches have genuine arguments in their favour. The precautionary principle can be over-applied, restricting compounds whose actual risk profile is lower than the concern. The demonstrate harm approach preserves consumer choice and avoids over-regulation, but it places the cost of insufficient data on the people wearing the products rather than the companies making them. Which cost distribution you consider more acceptable is partly a values question, but it is worth knowing that a choice exists, and that different jurisdictions have made different choices, and that the bottle on your dressing table is subject to different rules depending on which side of the Atlantic it was sold. Let's stay with the chemistry for a moment longer because the numbers themselves are worth sitting with. The Research Institute for Fragrance Materials, RIFM, maintains a database of fragrance compounds that it has assessed for safety. As of recent years, that database contains assessments for roughly 10,000 compounds. The International Fragrance Association, known as IFRA, maintains a list of compounds it has restricted or banned through its voluntary standards. As of the most recent update, that list contains roughly 90 prohibited substances and around 180 restricted ones. Compounds that can be used, but only below certain concentration levels. 90 prohibited and 180 restricted out of 10,000 assessed. The mathematics of that ratio are not alarming if you trust the assessment process. They are somewhat more thought-provoking if you consider that the assessment process is funded by the industry being assessed, that the 10,000 are only the compounds that have been assessed rather than the full universe of compounds that might be or have been used, and that the restrictions and prohibitions have almost always followed concern rather than preceded it. None of this is a reason to remove the perfume from your dressing table. It is simply a reason to know that the bottle contains more than its label suggests, and that the process by which its contents were declared safe is more complicated than it might appear. The chemistry is genuinely complex. The history of how it came to be complex is simpler, and the story of what happened when researchers started looking closely at what was actually present, not in theory, not on approved lists, but in the actual product that millions of women were applying to their skin every morning, is where this story gets both quieter and more interesting. The perfume bottle on your dressing table is, in chemical terms, a considerably more complicated object than it appears. The glass is simple enough: silica, soda ash, limestone fused at high temperature into something clear and cold and pleasingly heavy in the hand. The liquid inside is not simple at all. It is, depending on the product, a solution of somewhere between 30 and several hundred distinct chemical compounds dissolved in alcohol, which itself acts as both solvent and delivery mechanism, carrying the fragrance compounds to the skin, evaporating rapidly, and leaving the less volatile components behind to begin their slow progression through the day. The chemistry of a fragrance is organized around the concept of volatility, the tendency of a compound to evaporate at different rates, which is what produces the phenomenon that perfumers call the dry down. The compounds that evaporate most quickly are the top notes. The first impression, the initial burst of scent that you notice when you spray a perfume on your wrist or open a bottle. They are typically small, light molecules, citrus compounds like limonene and linalool, herbal and green notes, light florals. They smell vivid and immediate. They also vanish within the first 20 or 30 minutes of wear, which is why the perfume that smells wonderful in the shop sometimes seems different an hour after purchase. The heart notes or middle notes emerge as the top notes fade, the compounds with intermediate volatility that constitute the main character of a fragrance. Florals, spices, some woody notes. These are the compounds that the perfumer considers the soul of the composition, the impression that will linger through the morning or afternoon. They may be natural extracts, jasmine absolute, ylang ylang, rose otto, or synthetic compounds that approximate or elaborate on natural scents, or entirely novel materials that have no natural counterpart. The base notes are the slowest to evaporate, the heavy, often warm materials that form the foundation of a fragrance and that persist on skin or fabric long after the top and heart notes have gone. Musks, woods, resins, amber compounds. These are the notes you smell on a sweater the morning after wearing perfume to an evening event. They are also, in many cases, the notes most associated with the environmental persistence issues that fragrance researchers have documented, because the same molecular properties that make them slow to evaporate from skin make them slow to break down in water and soil. The construction of a modern commercial fragrance uses materials from across a spectrum ranging from the entirely natural to the entirely synthetic, and including a large middle category of semi-synthetic or nature-identical compounds. Molecules that exist in nature but that are produced more cheaply and consistently through chemical synthesis than through extraction. Vanillin, the primary aromatic compound of vanilla, was synthesized in 1874 and is now produced almost entirely through chemical processes rather than from vanilla beans. Natural vanilla cultivation and extraction still happens, but the vanilla flavor and fragrance market is overwhelmingly supplied by synthetic vanillin. The molecule is identical, the source is different, and the price difference, synthetic vanillin costs a fraction of natural vanilla extract, is why vanillin rather than vanilla extract appears in most commercial fragrance formulas. The synthetic palette available to modern perfumers is vast and continues to expand. New materials are developed regularly by the major fragrance ingredient suppliers Givaudan, IFF, Firmenich, Simrise, Monet, which maintain active research programs developing novel aromatic compounds that offer new olfactory possibilities or improve performance characteristics. A molecule that delivers a previously unachievable scent note, or that offers better longevity on fabric, or that is more stable under particular storage conditions, represents genuine commercial value in the fragrance ingredient market. The development and patenting of novel fragrance molecules is a significant area of intellectual property in the industry, and the proprietary fragrance materials developed by the major suppliers are among the genuinely competitive assets that the trade secret framework was designed to protect. What the trade secret framework also protects, however, are the non-proprietary commodity chemicals that appear in most commercial fragrance formulas as functional rather than purely olfactory ingredients. Diethyl phthalate, DEP, is not a scent compound. It contributes minimally or nothing to the fragrance's smell. It is a solvent and fixative, a compound that helps fragrance oils dissolve in the alcohol base, that extends the longevity of the scent on skin, and that appears in a very large proportion of commercial fragrance formulas not because it is proprietary or novel, but because it is effective and cheap. It is not secret in any meaningful commercial sense. Any fragrance chemist knows it is there. Any competitor could determine its presence through basic analytical chemistry. The trade secret exemption keeps it off the label not because disclosing it would harm the manufacturer commercially, but because the exemption that was written for genuinely proprietary formulas was applied to everything, including the commodity carrier chemicals that no one designed and no one owns. The same is true of many other fragrance formula components. The alcohol base, typically ethanol, is not secret. The fixatives, compounds added to extend the longevity of volatile fragrance components, are often either well-known industrial chemicals or compounds that appear across multiple manufacturers' products. The preservatives added to prevent microbial contamination of the formula are not proprietary. The UV filters added to prevent light-induced degradation are not proprietary. These compounds together may constitute a significant proportion of the total chemical load in a fragrance product, and none of them are listed on the label, and none of them need to be, because the exemption that covers genuine trade secrets covers them equally. A 2019 study published in Environmental Science and Technology analysed the chemical composition of several commercially available fragrances using gas chromatography mass spectrometry, a technique that can identify the individual compounds present in a chemical mixture without being told what to look for. The researchers identified dozens of compounds that were not listed on any product label, were not accessible through any publicly available ingredient database, and in some cases had not been individually assessed for safety by the RIFM process. The study was not unique in its findings. Multiple groups of researchers using similar analytical approaches have found similar results, but it illustrated with particular clarity what the single word fragrance on a label conceals. The compounds found in these analyses are not in the main dramatic poisons or obvious carcinogens present in toxic quantities. They are mostly compounds that have been used for years in fragrance formulas that have been assessed by the industry's own safety review processes and that are considered safe at the usage levels in which they appear. The concern is not that any single compound is necessarily causing acute harm. The concern is that the aggregate of undisclosed compounds, the phthalate carriers, the synthetic musk fixatives, the UV stabilizers, the preservatives, the novel aroma chemicals whose safety assessments may be less complete than their widespread use suggests, represents a chemical exposure that the regulatory framework has not required to be declared, studied cumulatively, or made available to the people experiencing it. The fragrance industry has developed an enormous diversity of product formats since 1938, and each format introduces the same basic chemical architecture to a different context of use. Fine fragrance, traditional eau de parfum and eau de toilette, is applied directly to skin at the pulse points, where skin temperature and circulation facilitate diffusion. Functional fragrances in personal care products, shampoos, conditioners, body washes, lotions, deodorants, are applied to larger body surface areas and in the case of rinse-off products may be washed away before significant absorption occurs, though some research suggests that absorption during the brief contact time is not negligible. Fabric care fragrances in laundry detergents and fabric softeners are designed to persist on fabric through washing and drying cycles, which is what gives laundered clothes their characteristic scent, and which means that the fragrance compounds are in contact with skin continuously through the wearing of those clothes throughout the day. Each of these exposure routes is distinct. The absorption through skin from a directly applied perfume is different from the inhalation exposure from a fabric softener scented shirt worn for 8 hours. The inhalation exposure from an air freshener in a closed car is different from the intermittent inhalation exposure from a scented candle in a ventilated room. The regulatory framework does not systematically distinguish between these routes of exposure in its assessment of fragrance safety, and the aggregate daily exposure from multiple fragranced products across multiple routes has not been comprehensively characterized in a way that would allow a regulatory risk assessment. There are researchers working on exactly this characterization. The work is painstaking. It requires measuring what people actually use, how they use it, how much they absorb through different routes, and what that aggregate exposure does or does not produce in terms of biological effects. It is also politically contested, because the findings that emerge from this work are not always consistent with the industry's characterization of its products as safe. The political contestation slows the research, which slows the regulatory response, which allows the chemical architecture of the modern fragrance formula to continue operating behind its single-word legal description. The bottle on your dressing table is beautiful. The scent inside it is real and probably pleasurable and connected perhaps to something you love, a memory, a person, a version of yourself that you find worth carrying into the day. None of this is negated by the chemistry. The chemistry is simply what it is, complex, partially disclosed, assessed through a system with acknowledged limitations, and present in your body and in the environment in ways that the label has never been required to explain. Knowing this is not a reason to throw the bottle away. It is simply a reason to know it, to hold the beauty and the chemistry together in the same hand without pretending one of them isn't there. Think about the morning for a moment, your specific morning, with its specific sequence of things, the alarm, the bathroom, the water temperature you run it to without thinking, the particular order in which you do things, shampoo, then conditioner, then face wash, then the small economy of time involved in rinsing everything at once. The body lotion while your skin is still slightly damp, because that is when it absorbs best and you read that somewhere years ago, and the habit has stayed. The deodorant, the perfume last, or sometimes the perfume before the clothes because it is supposed to last longer that way, applied to the pulse points where the skin is warm and the warmth diffuses the scent outward through the day. The average woman in the United States, according to surveys conducted by various consumer research organizations over the past 2 decades, applies between -10 and 15 personal care products before leaving the house in the morning. Shampoo, conditioner, body wash, body lotion, facial cleanser, toner or serum, moisturizer with SPF, foundation or BB cream, concealer, mascara, lipstick or gloss, and perfume, sometimes more. Each of those products may contain a fragrance component. The shampoo smells like something. The conditioner smells like something different or the same. The body wash has a scent. The lotion has a scent. The deodorant has a scent. The moisturizer may be marketed as fragrance-free and still contain a masking fragrance. And the perfume is its own entire architecture of scent layered on top of everything else. This accumulation, this daily, repeated, incremental layering of scented products onto the skin, is what researchers who study fragrance exposure call the aggregate exposure problem. A single perfume applied once is a different proposition from multiple fragranced products applied daily for 40 years. The body's ability to process and eliminate chemical compounds is not unlimited. The skin's barrier function, while generally effective at keeping large molecules out, is more permeable to smaller molecules, and many fragrance compounds are small enough to cross the skin barrier and enter the bloodstream. They have been measured there, in blood, in urine, in breast milk, in the fat of people who were not aware they were accumulating them. The phthalates are a useful example. Diethyl phthalate, or DEP, is one of the most commonly used fragrance carrier compounds. A solvent and fixative that helps fragrance oils dissolve, that helps extend the longevity of a scent on skin, and that appears in a very large proportion of commercial fragrance formulas. It is not itself scented. It is the thing that makes the scent work. the medium through which the fragrant molecules are suspended and delivered, and it is absorbed through the skin. Phthalates as a class have been the subject of endocrine disruption research since at least the 1990s. The endocrine system is the body's chemical signaling network, the system of glands and hormones that regulates everything from reproductive development to metabolism to sleep cycles to stress responses. Endocrine disrupting compounds are chemicals that can interfere with that signaling, mimicking hormones, blocking hormone receptors, or altering the production or metabolism of hormones in ways that change the system's behavior. The evidence that certain phthalates act as endocrine disruptors in animal models is substantial. The evidence in humans is more complex, more contested, and, for the specific reason that it is very difficult to conduct controlled experiments on human endocrine function, over decades of exposure, considerably more difficult to establish definitively. Diethyl phthalate specifically sits in a somewhat different position from its more studied relatives like DEHP, diethylhexyl phthalate, used in plastics, or DBP, dibutyl phthalate. DEHP and DBP have been restricted or banned in numerous contexts in both the EU and the US, in toys, in cosmetics applied near the eye or mouth, in children's products. DEP, the one most commonly used in fragrance, has received less regulatory attention in the United States, in part because the evidence specific to DEP at fragrance-relevant exposure levels has been somewhat less conclusive than for its relatives. The industry argument, that DEP should be considered separately from the more concerning phthalates, on the basis of its different chemical structure and somewhat different metabolic pathway, is not entirely without scientific foundation. It is also precisely the kind of compound-by-compound, highly technical distinction that works well in regulatory proceedings and works less well as a principle of consumer confidence. Every morning in America, millions of women are applying diethyl phthalate to their skin via the fragranced products they use as part of their ordinary morning routine. Most of them do not know this is happening, because the DEP is not listed on the label as DEP. It is present under the word fragrance. The door is locked, the key belongs to someone else, and the morning continues, the body lotion, the perfume, the clothes, the commute, while the chemistry accumulates quietly beneath the surface of things. There is a particular quality to daily ritual that makes it resistant to scrutiny. The things you do every morning are among the most automatic actions in your life, the ones most governed by habit and least subjected to active deliberation. You do not, while applying your moisturizer, think about its ingredient list. You think about the day ahead, or about the coffee that is getting cold on the counter, or about nothing in particular in the specific way that the morning allows. The products disappear into the routine the way background noise disappears into awareness. You stop hearing it. You stop smelling it, in the way that you stop smelling the perfume an hour after you put it on because the olfactory system habituates to persistent stimuli. But the habituation of perception is not the same as the absence of chemistry. The compounds are still there. They are simply no longer being noticed. This is not unique to fragrance. It is the general condition of living in a chemically complex world, surrounded by manufactured goods that contain ingredients most people have no framework to evaluate. It is the condition that the regulatory framework was designed to manage on behalf of people who cannot reasonably be expected to understand the toxicology of every product they touch. The question is whether the framework has managed it adequately, and in the specific case of fragrance, the question of adequacy has a fairly clear answer, which is that the people who designed the framework in 1966 did not anticipate the world that the chemistry would eventually produce. The morning ritual, across the industrialized world, constitutes one of the largest and most sustained experiments in aggregate chemical exposure in human history. Hundreds of millions of people, applying hundreds of compounds to their skin every day of their lives, from early adulthood through old age, with no comprehensive systematic study of the cumulative effects, because the regulatory system that might have required such a study placed the burden of demonstrating harm on people who lacked both the tools and the information to demonstrate it. The alarm goes off again tomorrow morning. The water runs, the shampoo lathers, the perfume touches the inside of each wrist. The routine resumes, and somewhere in that resumption, invisible and entirely ordinary, the chemistry continues doing exactly what chemistry does, whether or not anyone has asked it to, whether or not the label has mentioned it, whether or not the door is open or closed. What the researchers found when they started looking is the next part of the story, and it is a story best approached slowly, without alarm, the way you approach anything that has been quietly happening for a long time and simply requires now the courtesy of attention. The skin is the largest organ of the human body, approximately 2 square meters of it in the average adult, covering the entire external surface, weighing somewhere between 3.5 and 10 kilograms depending on the person, performing a remarkable array of functions simultaneously. It regulates temperature, it synthesizes vitamin D under ultraviolet light, it provides the primary physical barrier between the internal environment and the external world, and it is, despite popular belief in its impermeability, a surface through which a meaningful variety of chemical compounds can and do pass. The idea that the skin is a complete barrier, that what you put on it stays on it and goes no further, is a simplification that the pharmaceutical industry undermined long ago, deliberately and profitably. Transdermal drug delivery. The use of skin patches to deliver medication directly into the bloodstream through the skin is a well-established medical technology. Nicotine patches, fentanyl patches, nitroglycerin patches, estrogen patches. These products work precisely because certain compounds can cross the skin barrier at clinically meaningful rates. The dermal absorption of compounds through intact skin is not a theoretical curiosity. It is the mechanism of action of a significant category of pharmaceutical products administered to millions of patients. The question of which compounds cross the skin barrier and at what rates is a function of the compound's physical and chemical properties. Small molecules cross more readily than large ones. Lipophilic molecules, those that dissolve readily in fats and oils, cross more readily than hydrophilic ones because the outer layers of the skin are composed primarily of lipid-rich cellular material that favours compounds that resemble it chemically. Many fragrance compounds are small organic molecules. Many fragrance compounds are lipophilic. The combination of these properties means that the skin is not, for many fragrance compounds, an effective barrier at all. Studies of dermal absorption for specific fragrance compounds have been conducted over several decades, with results that vary considerably by compound but that, in aggregate, establish clearly that fragrance exposure from skin application is not limited to what occurs at the skin surface. Benzyl alcohol, a common fragrance solvent. Linalool, one of the most widely used fragrance compounds in the world. Geraniol, a floral compound found in rose. Limonene, the citrus compound. These and dozens of other fragrance materials have been studied for dermal absorption, and absorption into the bloodstream has been demonstrated for a significant proportion of them. The quantities absorbed are generally small in absolute terms, but small in absolute terms and negligible in health terms are not the same thing, particularly when the exposure is daily, repeated across many years, and combined with absorption from multiple additional fragrance products used simultaneously. The blood carries what crosses the skin, and what the blood carries eventually reaches the body's organs and tissues, including the fatty tissues where lipophilic compounds tend to accumulate, the liver where they are metabolized, and in the case of pregnant and nursing women, the placenta and breast milk through which they can reach the developing fetus or nursing infant. The pathway from the bottle on the dressing table to the fat cells of the thigh, or the milk in the nursing breast is neither direct nor efficient. Much of what is applied to skin is lost to evaporation before it can be absorbed, but it exists. It has been measured. The compounds have been found in the places the pathway predicts they should be. Biomonitoring studies that measure the concentrations of specific compounds in biological samples from living people, have provided the most direct evidence of fragrance compound body burden in the general population. The National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, NHANES, which is conducted by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and collects biological samples from a representative sample of the American population, has measured phthalate metabolites in urine samples from essentially all age groups tested. The metabolite of diethyl phthalate, monoethyl phthalate MEP, appears in virtually every urine sample tested in the NHANES program, indicating near universal exposure. Fragrance use is one of the primary sources of DEP exposure in the general population. Synthetic musks have been measured in blood, urine, breast milk, and adipose tissue in studies conducted in multiple countries. Galaxolide, HHCB, and tonalide, AHTN, have been detected in human adipose tissue from individuals in Germany, Sweden, the United Kingdom, and the United States, with concentrations that vary considerably across individuals and that correlate, in studies that have been able to assess both, with patterns of fragrance product use. The detection of these compounds in breast milk is particularly well documented, with studies finding galaxolide in breast milk samples in Germany as early as 1997, and subsequent studies confirming the finding across multiple countries and time periods. What the body does with these compounds once they are absorbed depends on the specific compound and on the body's metabolic capacity. Some fragrance compounds are readily metabolized by the liver's cytochrome P450 enzyme system and excreted in urine within days of exposure. Others are more resistant to metabolism and accumulate in fatty tissues, where they may persist for months or years. The synthetic musks in particular are characterized by their metabolic persistence, which is again a consequence of the same chemical stability that makes them effective as long-lasting fragrance materials. The commercial virtue and the toxicological concern are produced by the same molecular property. The concept of body burden, the total accumulated load of exogenous chemical compounds present in the body at any given time, has become an increasingly important framework in environmental health research. Body burden is not by itself a measure of harm. Many compounds can be present in body tissues at measurable concentrations without producing detectable health effects. The question is always whether the concentrations at which compounds are found in real people, in real-world exposure conditions, are associated with any biological effects. And this question, for most fragrance compounds, has not been definitively answered. The research exists, and it is suggestive in some areas, and it is contested in others, and the lack of definitive answers reflects both the genuine difficulty of the science and the absence of the research investment that would be required to resolve it. The skin itself, as the primary site of fragrance application, also experiences its own direct effects. Contact dermatitis from fragrance is one of the most common occupational and consumer skin conditions documented in dermatology clinics. It occurs through two mechanisms. Irritant contact dermatitis is a direct chemical irritation of the skin, a non-immunological response to a compound that is chemically irritating at the concentration applied. Allergic contact dermatitis is an immunologically mediated response, the result of sensitization, a process in which the immune system has been trained, through repeated exposure, to mount an inflammatory response whenever a specific compound is encountered. Sensitization, once established, does not reverse. A person sensitized to a fragrance compound will react to it on subsequent exposures indefinitely, at concentrations that would produce no response in an unsensitized person. The prevalence of fragrance allergy in the general population has been estimated at between 1 and 4% in various studies, with higher prevalence in populations with high fragrance exposure. Hairdressers, cosmetologists, healthcare workers who use fragranced products in occupational settings. Among people presenting to dermatology clinics with suspected contact dermatitis, the prevalence of fragrance allergy is considerably higher, between 10 and 15% in most patch test series. Fragrance is consistently one of the top causes of allergic contact dermatitis from cosmetic products in every major patch test database that has been published, including those from the North American Contact Dermatitis Group, the European Surveillance System for Contact Allergies, and comparable programs in Australia, Japan, and other countries with robust patch test surveillance. These numbers represent real people with real symptoms, people for whom the invisible chemistry of a fragrance product has produced a visible, uncomfortable, sometimes disabling skin reaction. They are also, almost certainly, underestimates of the true prevalence of fragrance sensitivity, because most people who experience fragrance-related skin symptoms do not present to a dermatologist for patch testing. They manage. They avoid the products that seem to trigger reactions. They attribute their symptoms to other causes, or simply accept them as a background condition of their skin. The clinical data captures only the most symptomatic and most medically engaged portion of what is almost certainly a larger phenomenon. The morning routine, held up to this light, looks somewhat different than it does from the comfortable vantage point of the bathroom mirror. The same movements, the shampoo, the conditioner, the body wash, the lotion, the deodorant, the perfume, are still the same movements. The pleasure of the scent is still the same pleasure. but the chemistry that underlies the pleasure is no longer entirely in the background. It is present, measurable, in the blood and in the tissue and in the fat of the person who has been performing this ritual, twice a day or once a day or every morning for 30 years, in the particular faith that what is pleasant cannot be harmful, and that what is legal cannot be dangerous, and that the label would tell them if there was something to know. The label still says one word, the blood still carries what crosses the skin, and the morning still comes again, with its particular combination of pleasure and chemistry, and the gap between the two that the label is not required to close. Anne Steinemann is a civil and environmental engineering professor whose work has focused, for the better part of 2 decades, on the chemical emissions of fragranced consumer products. She's a careful, methodical researcher, the kind whose papers accumulate evidence rather than sensationalize it, and her findings over the years have produced a fairly consistent picture that the fragrance industry has found uncomfortable, and that the regulatory apparatus has found, depending on the agency and the political moment, somewhere between inconvenient and worth addressing. Her work in the 2000s, published in journals including Environmental Impact Assessment Review and Air Quality, Atmosphere and Health, focused on something that sounds straightforward. What chemicals do fragrance products actually emit into the air? Not what is in the formula, not what is on the label, what actually volatilizes, what actually becomes airborne and enters the breathing zone of people in rooms where fragrance products are being used. The findings were not small. Steinemann and her colleagues tested a range of consumer products, air fresheners, laundry detergents, dryer sheets, cleaning products, personal care products, and identified over 90 volatile organic compounds, VOCs, emitted across the product set. More than a third of those compounds were classified as hazardous or toxic under United States federal law. Among the chemicals identified, benzene, a known human carcinogen, acetaldehyde, classified as a possible human carcinogen, 1,4-dioxane, a probable carcinogen found as a contaminant in some surfactant manufacturing processes, limonene, a naturally derived compound with a pleasant citrus smell that is among the most common fragrance ingredients in the world, which when it reacts with ozone in the air inside a home, can produce formaldehyde and secondary organic aerosols. This last finding deserves a moment, because it illustrates something important about how fragrance chemistry works in the real world, rather than in a controlled laboratory setting. Limonene smells like citrus. It is found in orange peel. It is marketed in fragrance as a natural ingredient. When you spray a citrus-scented air freshener in a room, you are releasing limonene into an indoor environment that also contains ozone, a reactive compound present in varying concentrations depending on your HVAC system, your location, and what is happening outside. When limonene and ozone meet, they react. The products of that reaction include formaldehyde, a known human carcinogen, and secondary particles that can contribute to indoor air pollution. The air freshener freshens the air by introducing a compound that, under ordinary indoor conditions, reacts to produce something considerably less benign. This is not a theoretical risk. Studies of indoor air chemistry conducted at universities including Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory have documented the limonene-ozone-formaldehyde pathway in real homes at concentrations that are worth knowing about. The industry has not disputed the chemistry. It has generally argued that the concentrations produced are below levels of concern. The levels of concern, in most cases, were set for acute exposure rather than the kind of chronic daily exposure that comes from using citrus-scented cleaning products in a home every day for 20 years. A 2016 study by Steinemann surveyed 136 Americans about their experiences with fragranced products and found results that surprised even researchers who expected them. Around 34% of respondents reported health effects from being exposed to fragrance products, effects including migraines and headaches, respiratory difficulties, mucosal symptoms, skin conditions, and cognitive problems. Among those who reported effects, the majority said they had experienced them from multiple sources: air fresheners, laundry products, cleaning products, and others' personal fragrances. Around 15% said they had missed work or had lost productivity as a result of fragrance exposure. Around 19% said they had experienced adverse effects in healthcare settings where fragrance products were used. These are self-reported figures, which means they capture what people experience and attribute to fragrance, rather than what can be definitively attributed to fragrance through clinical testing. The distinction matters. Fragrance-associated symptoms are genuine and documented in the medical literature, but the question of mechanism, whether they are caused by pharmacological effects of specific chemicals, by sensitization and allergic response, by a conditioned aversion built up through prior negative exposures, or by some combination of all of these, is not always clear. What is clear is that a substantial proportion of the population, when surveyed, reports that fragranced products cause them symptoms significant enough to affect their daily functioning. This finding has been replicated across multiple studies in multiple countries. Steinemann's work sits within a broader research literature on what is sometimes called multiple chemical sensitivity, a condition characterized by adverse reactions to low-level chemical exposures that affect multiple organ systems, and that has been the subject of considerable medical controversy since it was first described in the 1950s by an allergist named Theron Randolph. The controversy is partly scientific. The mechanism is not well understood, the diagnostic criteria have been disputed, and the relationship between the condition and psychological factors has been a source of genuine disagreement in the medical community. It is also partly political, because the industries whose products are implicated have had significant financial interest in maintaining the position that the condition is primarily psychological, or is at minimum not caused by their products, or is caused by exposures below any concentration that should trigger regulatory concern. The medical consensus has gradually shifted toward a recognition that chemical sensitivity, whatever its mechanism, is a real phenomenon that affects real people's lives in ways that deserve clinical attention and research rather than dismissal. The American Academy of Allergy, Asthma and Immunology and other professional bodies have acknowledged fragrance as one of the most common triggers of contact dermatitis, respiratory symptoms, and migraine in affected individuals. The question of what exactly is causing the reaction in any individual case is, in many cases, unanswerable without extensive patch testing and elimination protocols that most people do not have access to. The researchers who have spent the most time looking at fragrance chemistry do not, for the most part, describe what they have found with alarm. They describe it with the measured, somewhat exasperated patience of scientists who have been trying to communicate a finding to a regulatory system that is not well designed to receive it. The findings are real, the mechanisms are complex, the regulatory gap is genuine, and the gap is not going to close quickly, because closing it would require either mandatory disclosure, which the industry opposes on trade secret grounds, or mandatory pre-market safety testing, which would impose significant costs on an industry that currently benefits from a system in which those costs do not exist. In the meantime, the air freshener sits on the shelf, the laundry detergent fills the machine, the perfume touches the wrist, and the limonene and the ozone continue their conversation in the indoor air, producing compounds that no label has mentioned, because the label was not designed to mention them. The researchers will keep looking. The findings will keep accumulating. And the story of what eventually happens when findings accumulate in sufficient quantity to change a regulatory system is, in the history of American consumer protection, a story with a particular rhythm. It moves more slowly than the chemistry. It moves faster than the industry would prefer, and it moves at exactly the speed that the politics allow. People in the industrialized world spend on average approximately minus 90% of their time indoors. This figure, documented in studies by the Environmental Protection Agency and comparable agencies in other countries, represents a profound transformation of human spatial experience from the historical norm, the hunter-gatherer, the agricultural laborer, the pre-industrial urban dweller, who might spend the majority of a working day outside. The modern built environment is the primary human habitat, and the air inside it is a chemical environment that differs substantially from the air outside, in ways that are not always obvious, and that the regulatory framework for indoor air quality has been slower to address than the framework for outdoor air pollution. The indoor air is populated by compounds released from building materials, furnishings, cleaning products, personal care products, cooking, combustion appliances, and the occupants themselves. Volatile organic compounds, VOCs, a broad chemical category that includes most fragrance compounds, are released continuously from a wide range of indoor sources and accumulate in indoor air, particularly in spaces with limited ventilation. The EPA's Total Exposure Assessment Methodology, team studies, conducted in the 1980s, found that indoor air typically contains VOC concentrations several times higher than outdoor air in the same locations, even in industrial areas. The primary sources were household products, including fragrance, personal care, and cleaning products. The home has become the primary site of involuntary fragrance exposure for many people. Not the perfume worn deliberately, but the ambient scent of laundry products, cleaning products, air fresheners, and scented candles that constitutes the background chemistry of the domestic indoor environment. This background chemistry is the product of intentional choices. Someone in the household chose these products for their scent or for the cleaning efficacy that the scent is designed to signal, but the choices are made by one person and experienced by all the people in the space, including those who did not choose them and who may respond to them differently. The laundry fragrance is particularly pervasive and persistent. Dryer sheets and liquid fabric softeners contain fragrance compounds specifically formulated to adhere to fabric fibers and to release slowly over time, providing extended scent from laundered clothing and bedding. The chemistry involved in this prolonged release is the same chemistry that makes some synthetic musks bioaccumulate in biological tissue. The compounds are designed to resist washing out, to persist through repeated launderings, and to continue releasing fragrance compounds into the air and onto skin for days or weeks after washing. The bed you sleep in smells like the fragrance in your laundry products all night, every night, providing 8 hours of intimate fragrance exposure that no perfume application could rival in duration. The scented candle occupies a particular cultural position in the contemporary domestic landscape, a product associated with comfort, relaxation, wellness, and self-care. Marketed through imagery of warm light and cozy interiors, positioned as a luxury that is accessible to people across a wide range of incomes. The scented candle is also, when burning, releasing combustion byproducts into the indoor air, alongside the fragrance compounds it is designed to diffuse. The combustion of paraffin wax, the most common candle material, produces particulate matter, benzene, toluene, and formaldehyde, among other compounds. The fragrance compounds in the candle are released both through diffusion from the solid wax and through the combustion process, which may alter their chemical structure and produce additional compounds not present in the original formula. A 2019 study from the University of Leeds analysed the air chemistry of a room with candles burning and found that the combination of candle combustion and room air chemistry, particularly the reaction of fragrance compounds with ozone, produced elevated concentrations of secondary aerosols and oxidation products, including formaldehyde and ultrafine particles. The study was conducted under controlled conditions designed to simulate realistic domestic candle use. The compounds found were at concentrations that, in some scenarios, approached or exceeded recommended indoor air quality thresholds. This was not a study about candles being inherently dangerous. It was a study about what happens chemically when you burn scented things in enclosed spaces, which is a straightforwardly answerable scientific question that turns out to produce an answer that the marketing for scented candles has not incorporated. The air freshener category, products specifically designed to improve the smell of indoor air, is perhaps the most paradoxically named category in the consumer products market, given the research suggesting that what they actually do to indoor air is chemically complicated. The active mechanism of most synthetic air fresheners is not the elimination of malodorous compounds, but their displacement or masking, the introduction of a stronger, more pleasant smell that overrides the perception of the less pleasant one. The malodorous compounds are still present. The air freshener has added to them rather than removed them. This displacement mechanism requires the continuous introduction of fragrance compounds into the indoor air, which is precisely what the product is designed to provide, and precisely what indoor air quality researchers have found to be a source of chemical exposure. Some categories of air freshener operate differently. Enzymatic air fresheners use biological compounds to break down the molecular structures of malodorous compounds, actually eliminating them rather than masking them. Activated carbon filters absorb malodorous compounds from air passing through them. These approaches address the actual chemistry of indoor malodor rather than displacing it. They are also, as a category, considerably less popular than the synthetic fragrance displacement products, which are cheaper, more dramatic in their immediate effect, and more effectively marketed. The indoor chemical environment of the contemporary home is the cumulative result of thousands of individual consumer choices. each one made for entirely reasonable reasons, each one contributing to a complex chemical mixture that no one has assessed comprehensively, and that the regulatory framework for indoor air quality has not required anyone to assess. The laundry detergent was chosen because it cleaned effectively and smelled clean. The fabric softener was chosen because it made the sheets soft and pleasant. The air freshener was chosen because the bathroom needed something. The candle was chosen because it was calming. Each choice was sensible. The aggregate of the choices is a chemical environment of a complexity that no label has described and no regulatory body has characterized. This is the condition not just of the fragrance category, but of the indoor chemical environment broadly. A condition produced by the interaction of thousands of products, none of which was assessed for its contribution to the aggregate indoor air chemistry, and many of which were subject to ingredient disclosure requirements that concealed rather than revealed the compounds most relevant to indoor air quality. The fragrance exemption is not the only regulatory gap in this picture. It is one of several, and it interacts with the others in ways that compound the difficulty of characterizing the total exposure. The air in the room where you're lying right now carries what it carries. The laundry scent from the sheets is real. The residual fragrance from the last candle burned in the room may still be in the air. The body lotion from this morning is still releasing compounds slowly from the skin. The indoor air is intimate in a way that the outdoor air is not. It is the air of your home, your bed, your sleep. And the chemistry of that intimacy is not fully disclosed on any label anywhere in the room. None of this is a reason for the kind of anxiety that prevents sleep. It is rather the kind of information that settles differently than alarm does, not as a reason to act urgently, but as a quiet addition to the inventory of things known. The air is what it is, the sheets are what they are, and the chemistry, patient and invisible, continues doing what chemistry does in the particular quiet of a room at the end of the day. There are 4 categories of fragrance compounds that come up most consistently when researchers, allergists, and environmental health scientists are asked what they most wish the public knew about fragrance chemistry. They are not the only things worth knowing. They are the ones with the clearest and most consistent evidence base, the ones where the concern is least contested, the research is most substantial, and the practical implications for a person making choices about the products they use are most legible. This is not a list of things to be frightened of. It is a list of things to know, information that the label has not offered, that the law has not required, that the industry has not volunteered, and that you are now, quietly and without urgency, going to have. After this, the story continues, but these 4 things are worth settling into. The first is phthalates, specifically diethyl phthalate, DEP, which we have already met, and its relatives dibutyl phthalate, DBP, and diethyl hexyl phthalate, DEHP, which appear less commonly in fragrance than in other product categories but have a better studied toxicological profile. Phthalates are a family of chemical compounds used across a vast range of industrial and consumer applications, as plasticizers in PVC, as solvents in fragrance, as film-forming agents in nail polish and hairspray. The evidence that certain phthalates disrupt the endocrine system in animal models is consistent across a large number of studies. The evidence in humans focuses particularly on reproductive development. Studies of phthalate metabolites in urine have found associations between higher phthalate exposure and markers of altered reproductive hormone levels in both men and women, and between prenatal phthalate exposure and developmental outcomes in male children. The associations are real. The question of whether they constitute proof of harm at ordinary consumer exposure levels is genuinely contested. What is not contested is that phthalates enter the body through skin absorption from fragranced products, that they have been measured in human urine, blood, and breast milk across the general population, and that they are present in fragrance formulas without appearing on labels. If you wish to reduce your phthalate exposure from personal care products, the most direct approach is to choose products labelled as phthalate-free, a claim that manufacturers are permitted but not required to make, or to choose products with full ingredient disclosure from companies that provide it voluntarily. If you find DEP or DBP in a product's ingredient list, because some manufacturers do disclose fully, even when not required to, you have found your phthalates. The second is synthetic musks, the family of compounds that replaced natural animal musks in fragrance formulas over the course of the 20th century. We have already touched on the nitromusks, which were phased out over the 80s and 90s after concerns about photosensitization and potential neurotoxicity. The polycyclic musks that followed them, particularly galaxolide HCB and tonalide HTN, are the ones that have received the most research attention in recent decades, primarily because of their persistence. Galaxolide and tonalide do not break down quickly in the environment or in the body. They accumulate. They have been found in fish tissue in rivers and streams that receive wastewater from laundry and personal care product use. They have been found in human breast milk, a finding first documented in the 1990s and replicated in studies across Europe and North America. They have been found in human blood and fat tissue. The toxicological concern about galaxolide and tonalide centers primarily on the evidence that they may act as weak endocrine disruptors, interfering with estrogen signaling at low concentrations, at least in certain cell models. The evidence is not conclusive, the industry has contested it, and the compounds remain in widespread use in many countries including the United States. In the EU, restrictions on galaxolide have been increasing, with the compound added to the EU's Community Rolling Action Plan, CORAP, for further evaluation. If you want to find them on a label when they are listed, a rarity, but it does happen in products that provide fuller disclosure, look for HHCB, galaxolide, AHTN, tonalide, or the trade names galaxolide and tonalide directly. The third category is allergens and sensitizers, fragrance compounds that, with repeated exposure, can trigger allergic contact dermatitis or respiratory sensitization in susceptible individuals. Fragrance is the most common cause of contact allergic dermatitis from cosmetic products, accounting for a significant portion of all patch test positive reactions in dermatology clinics. The European Baseline Patch Test Series includes a fragrance mix precisely because fragrance allergy is common enough to merit systematic screening. The compounds most frequently implicated include isoeugenol, found in carnation and ylang-ylang, cinnamol, cinnamon aldehyde, geraniol, found in rose and geranium, linalool, found in lavender and dozens of other sources, limonene, and a compound that has been the subject of particular attention, lilial butylphenyl methylpropional, which was banned in the EU in 2022 following concerns about reproductive toxicity and was for some time one of the most widely used fragrance compounds in the world. Lilial's phase-out from European products was a significant regulatory moment because it required the reformulation of thousands of products that had contained it for decades. In the United States, Lilial remains permitted. If you find it on a label, which can happen in products made for the EU market, or in products whose manufacturers disclose fully, it will appear as butylphenyl methylpropional or BMHCA. The allergen question is particularly practical because if you have experienced unexplained skin reactions, migraines, or respiratory symptoms in connection with fragranced products, patch testing with a standard fragrance allergen panel through a dermatologist is the most direct route to identifying whether a specific compound is the trigger. This is information the label cannot give you, but the doctor's office can. The fourth is a category rather than a single compound: undisclosed preservatives and stabilizers, the chemicals added to fragrance formulas not for scent but for stability, shelf life, and performance. These include, most notably, synthetic UV filters that are added to some fragrance formulas to prevent the fragrance compounds from degrading when exposed to light. Several synthetic UV filters, oxybenzone, octinoxate, homosalate, have been the subject of endocrine disruption research and have been found at measurable concentrations in human blood and urine following skin application. The concerns about oxybenzone in particular have driven significant reformulation in the sunscreen category, but the same compound appears in some fragrance formulas as a stabilizer rather than a UV protection active. When it appears in fragrance, it is not required to be listed as anything other than the word fragrance. The preservative methylisothiazolinone, EMI, widely used as an antimicrobial preservative in personal care products, has been recognised as a significant contact allergen, with the EU restricting it in leave-on cosmetics in 2014 and in rinse-off products in 2016, following a substantial increase in sensitization rates documented in dermatology clinics across Europe. MI can appear in fragrance formulas, particularly in fragrance preparations for use in liquid products. In the United States, it remains in use and need not be identified separately from the fragrance disclosure. These four categories, phthalates, synthetic musks, sensitizing allergens, and undisclosed stabilizers, are the primary architecture of concern that the research literature has built around fragrance chemistry over the past 4 decades. They are not the only concerns, they are the most consistent, the most replicated, the most practically actionable, and they are all, in most cases, invisible on the label. If you want to find them when they are present on a label, here is what to look for. Phthalates, DEP, DBP, DEHP, or any chemical name ending in phthalate. Synthetic musks, HHCB, AHTN, galaxolide, tonalide, or musks listed by chemical name. Allergens, the EU list of 26 fragrance allergens is publicly available and includes the INCI, International Nomenclature of Cosmetic Ingredients, names used on compliant labels: limonene, linalool, geraniol, cinnamol, isoeugenol, and 21 others. Stabilizers, oxybenzone, benzophenone 3, methylisothiazolinone, MI, or methylchloroisothiazolinone, MCI. Some products list all of these, many do not. The ones that do not are not required to. That is the architecture of the situation, but you now have the names, which is the beginning of the ability to look. The waiting room is quieter now. The magazines are the same. The clock has not moved. But you have, in the particular way that knowledge moves you, not urgently, not with alarm, simply a half step forward into the world with better information than you had before. The bottle is still on the dressing table, the label still says what it says, and the morning, tomorrow, will proceed as it always has. Except that now you know what to look for, when looking is something you choose to do. The practical question, the one that sits beneath all the regulatory history and the toxicology and the advocacy, is a simple one. If you want to know what is in a fragranced product, how do you find out? The answer is more complicated than it should be, but it is not impossible. There are tools. Some are better than others. None of them replicate what a mandatory full ingredient label would provide, but together they constitute a reasonable toolkit for a person who wants to make more informed choices about the fragranced products they use. The first tool is the label itself. Read carefully. Even in the absence of individual fragrance compound disclosure, the label contains information that is useful. If a product is sold in both the US and EU markets, the EU-compliant label will list the 26 designated allergens when present above threshold concentrations. Many international brands sell products with the same ingredient list in all markets, typically the EU-compliant list, because it is the most demanding and it is simpler to use one list globally than to maintain separate versions. If you are looking at a product from a major international brand and the label includes terms like linalool, limonene, geraniol, benzyl salicylate, or other INCI names from the EU allergen list alongside the word fragrance, you are reading a label that has been partially disclosed under EU requirements. This gives you more information than the baseline American label. The second tool is manufacturer websites. A growing number of fragrance and personal care companies publish more detailed ingredient information on their websites than they are required to provide on their labels. Some provide full ingredient lists. Some provide lists of what their products do not contain: phthalates, specific synthetic musks, certain allergens, as part of a clean or transparency positioning. Some provide access to ingredient information through a QR code or product-specific web page linked from the physical packaging. This information, when it exists, is valuable, though its completeness depends on the manufacturer's commitment to transparency rather than any regulatory requirement, and the absence of a website disclosure does not mean the ingredient is absent from the product. The third tool is independent databases. The Environmental Working Group's Skin Deep database, available at ewg.org/skindeep, provides ingredient information and safety assessments for a large number of consumer products. The database is limited by the ingredient information that has been disclosed to it. Products listed as fragrance in their ingredient disclosure will appear with that limitation in the database, but for products that have provided fuller disclosure, it provides access to ingredient-specific information, links to relevant research, and a rating system that reflects the EWG's assessment of available safety data. The EWG's methodology has been criticized by some scientists as applying precaution in ways that may overstate risk for some compounds. But as a starting point for research, it is among the most accessible resources available. The Campaign for Safe Cosmetics, operated by Breast Cancer Prevention Partners, maintains resources on fragrance safety and ingredient disclosure, and has published reports on specific product categories that include independent laboratory testing results, going beyond what companies have voluntarily disclosed to identify compounds present through chemical analysis. These reports are available publicly on the organization's website and represent some of the most detailed independent fragrance chemistry data available outside academic research publications. The American Contact Dermatitis Society's CAMP program, the Contact Allergen Management Program, is specifically designed for people who have been diagnosed with contact allergies through patch testing. Dermatologists participating in the program can access databases of products that are free of specific allergens, allowing them to recommend safe products to patients with documented allergies. The database is built from manufacturer-supplied ingredient information. It too is limited by disclosure, but for the allergens on the patch test panel, it is more comprehensive than any consumer-facing resource, and is the most clinically useful tool for people managing established fragrance allergies. The fourth approach, seeking natural or more transparently formulated alternatives, involves a different kind of label reading. Certified organic personal care products, certified under standards like the USDA National Organic Program or the EcoCert Cosmos standard, are required to list all ingredients including fragrance components. The Cosmos standard in particular requires that fragrance ingredients in certified products be individually identified rather than listed as fragrance, making Cosmos certified products some of the most transparently labeled fragrance products available in the market. This does not mean that Cosmos certified products are necessarily safer. Natural fragrance compounds include well-documented allergens, but it means that the ingredients are disclosed and can be evaluated. The 26 EU allergens list, publicly available and widely reproduced, can be used as a reference when evaluating product labels. If a product lists these compounds individually, because it is formulated for the EU market, or because the manufacturer has chosen to disclose them, you can cross-reference what is listed against the documented sensitization potential of those compounds and make a choice based on that information. This is not effortless. It requires looking up INCI names, reading the published research or accessible summaries of it, and making a risk-benefit judgment based on your individual circumstances, your skin's history of reactivity, any documented allergies, your level of concern about chronic low-level exposure to compounds of uncertain long-term safety. For the specifically curious independent chemical analysis of consumer products is now accessible in ways it was not a decade ago. Several commercial testing services allow individuals or organizations to submit consumer products for gas chromatography mass spectrometry analysis, the same technique that researchers use to identify undisclosed fragrance compounds in independent studies. The results will not tell you the legal status or established safety profile of every compound found. That interpretation requires toxicological expertise, but they will tell you what is chemically present in ways that no label is currently required to disclose. The cost is not trivial, and the results require interpretation, but the technology that researchers have used to document the fragrance disclosure gap is technically available to any person or organization willing to pay for it. None of these tools is simple. None of them replicate what a mandatory full ingredient label would provide with minimal consumer effort. They require time, interest, and a degree of chemical literacy that most people do not have and cannot reasonably be expected to develop for the purpose of choosing a shampoo. This is precisely the argument for regulatory, rather than market solutions to the disclosure gap. The information that consumers would benefit from having should be on the label, not buried in a database that requires knowing where to look, or available only in the EU market version of a product, or discoverable only through gas chromatography. The 4 compounds worth looking for, phthalates, DEP, DBP on labels when disclosed, synthetic musks, HHCB/galaxolide, AHTN/tonalide, known allergens, the EU list of 26 by ENCI name, and undisclosed preservatives and stabilizers, oxybenzone as benzophenone 3, methylisothiazolinone as esmacer are the starting points. They will not appear on most American fragrance labels, but when they do appear, in EU-compliant formulations in transparently marketed products, in products with full voluntary disclosure, you will know them, and the knowing, even partial, is something rather than nothing. It is the beginning of the relationship between yourself and the chemistry of your daily life that the regulatory framework has, for 60 years, declined to facilitate. The toolkit is imperfect, the label will change, Until it does, the toolkit is what there is, and imperfect information brought to bear with reasonable judgment is how most of the decisions of a daily life are made. Grasse is a small city in the hills above the French Riviera, above Cannes, above the coast, far enough into the Provençal interior that the light has a different quality, softer and more golden, and the air in the right season smells of something flowering that you cannot always name. The city has been the centre of the European perfume industry since at least the 16th century, when the local leatherworking trade, which produced fine gloves, a luxury good for aristocratic hands, began perfuming its products with local botanicals to mask the smell of the tanning process. The gloves were scented. The customers liked the scent. The scent became its own product. The flowers of Grasse are famous: May rose, Rosa centifolia, harvested by hand in the early morning hours before the heat of the day drives off the volatile oils. Jasmine, Jasminum grandiflorum, picked in the same careful, labour-intensive way, the flowers bruised by machine pressure to release their essence. Lavender, mimosa, orange blossom. The fields around Grasse, in photographs from the early 20th century, look like something you would not believe if you had not already been told they were real. Vast flat expanses of colour, harvested by women moving along the rows in the early light, filling wicker baskets with flowers that needed to be processed within hours of picking. The economics of this system, hand harvesting, solvent extraction, absolute production, were always constrained by the availability of land and labour. A kilogram of jasmine absolute requires something in the region of 8 million jasmine blossoms to produce, a figure that sits in the mind with the particular weight of things that are genuine, but that the imagination has trouble fully accommodating. A kilogram of rose absolute requires similarly vast quantities of petals. The price of these materials reflected the cost of their production. Fine natural perfumes built from such materials were expensive. They remained expensive, and they remained the province of a small number of wealthy buyers and a smaller number of artisan producers who cultivated the craft with something approaching religious seriousness. The chemical industry changed this relationship in ways that the perfumers of Grasse watched with a complicated mixture of relief and unease. The relief was practical. Synthetic compounds allowed the creation of scents that would otherwise be prohibitively expensive or practically impossible to produce. Hedionné, a synthetic compound that captures the diffusive, almost weightless jasmine quality that no extraction of actual jasmine fully reproduces, was developed in 1966 and became one of the defining materials of modern perfumery. Iso-E-Super, a synthetic woody compound developed in 1973, gave perfumers access to a velvet soft cedar quality that the actual wood could not reliably provide at commercial scale. Ambroxide, a synthetic reproduction of ambrane, the primary aromatic compound in ambergris, made it possible to achieve the warm, skin-like quality of the original material without requiring the intestinal secretion of a protected species. The unease was partly aesthetic, the sense among perfumers trained in the naturalist tradition that synthetic compounds, however technically impressive, lacked the complexity and variability of their natural counterparts. A natural jasmine absolute contains hundreds of individual compounds, some present only in trace quantities, whose combined effect produces a living, shifting scent that no single synthetic molecule can fully reproduce. The purist argument was not merely sentimental. It reflected a genuine difference between the chemistry of isolated synthetic compounds and the chemistry of natural extracts, which are themselves complex mixtures. But it was also economic. The synthetic materials were cheaper, they were more consistent, they were available in unlimited quantities without being subject to harvest failures, climate variability, or the political instability of the regions that produced them. The great perfume houses of the 20th century, Chanel, Guerlain, Dior, Lancôme, used natural materials in their prestige fragrances and increasingly relied on synthetics for the mass-market products that actually generated their revenue. The separation between what was in the expensive perfume and what was in the drugstore version of something that smelled similar grew wider as the century progressed. By the 1970s and 1980s, the perfume industry had reorganized itself around a small number of flavor and fragrance ingredient suppliers, large chemical companies, mostly European, that produced the synthetic raw materials that the finished product manufacturers then assembled into consumer fragrances. International Flavors and Fragrances, IFF, Givaudan, Firmenich, Simrise, Maine. These companies, largely unknown to the consumer who bought the finished perfume, controlled the raw material supply and employed the trained perfumers called noses who created the formulas that the fashion houses and cosmetics companies then branded and marketed. The business model had a particular structure. The consumer brand, Chanel, Yves Saint Laurent, Giorgio Armani, provided the name, the packaging, the marketing, and the retail distribution. The fragrance manufacturer provided the actual smell. The ingredient supplier provided the chemicals that produced the smell. The regulatory apparatus governed the finished product. And the formula, the specific combination of compounds that made this perfume smell like this particular thing, was the intellectual property of the fragrance manufacturer, protected from disclosure by the trade secret exemption that the law had put in place and maintained. This is why the trade secret argument has been so durable. It protects not just the formula of the consumer brand, the thing the name Chanel No. 5 calls to mind, but the underlying proprietary work of the fragrance house that actually created the formula. The noses of Givaudan and IFF and Phthalates have spent years, sometimes decades, developing signature compounds and complex accords that represent genuine technical achievement. The argument that disclosure requirements would allow competitors to immediately reproduce this work is not entirely cynical. It rests on a real commercial reality. What the argument obscures is that the trade secret exemption, as applied, protects not just genuinely proprietary formulas, but also the identity of every compound in every product, regardless of whether that compound is proprietary. The diethyl phthalate in the fragrance is not proprietary. The limonene is not proprietary. The synthetic musk is widely used across multiple brands, but they are all protected from disclosure by the same exemption that protects the genuinely proprietary combinations and ratios that the nose spent years developing. The exemption is applied wholesale, as if all fragrance information were proprietary, when in fact the proprietary element is the combination rather than the individual components. This distinction between proprietary formulas and the individual ingredients within them is at the heart of the advocacy for fragrance ingredient disclosure. The argument is not that companies should be required to publish the exact ratio of every compound in their formula, which would genuinely compromise proprietary information. It is that consumers should have the right to know what chemicals are present in the products they apply to their skin, even if the proportions are not disclosed. A list of ingredients without quantities is still enormously more useful than no list at all, and it is the list that the regulatory framework does not currently require. The perfumers of Grasse in the early morning light among the rows of jasmine were working with materials whose ingredients were entirely visible. The flower was the flower, the extraction was the extraction, the scent was the scent. The chemistry of the modern fragrance industry has made that visibility impossible, or at least inconvenient. What has not changed is the human desire for scent, for the particular pleasure of a fragrance that feels right, that carries memory, that marks time and occasion with something imperceptible and entirely present. That desire is real and ancient and not going anywhere. The question is simply whether it must remain uninformed. The selling of perfume is one of the oldest and most sophisticated exercises in marketing abstraction that consumer culture has produced. What is being sold is, nominally, a liquid in a bottle. What is actually being sold is an idea, an identity, an aspiration, a promise about what kind of person you will be, or how you will be perceived, or what feelings you will have, or what feelings others will have about you. And the promise is delivered through a medium so intimate that it touches the skin and enters the body through the nose and travels, through the olfactory pathway, directly to the parts of the brain most associated with emotion and memory. No other consumer product operates through quite this mechanism. No other advertising campaign has access to the limbic system. The perfume advertisement has its own visual grammar, a grammar that has remained remarkably stable since the golden age of fashion, photography, in the 1950s and 1960s. A beautiful woman, typically in an ambiguous state of undress, a landscape that suggests wealth without specificity, a marble bathroom, a Provençal garden, a penthouse terrace against a city skyline, an abstract concept given as a name: opium, poison, obsession, eternity, envy, contradiction, joy. A word that is not a description of the scent, but a description of the emotional experience the scent is supposed to produce or attract. The bottle, which is designed with as much care as any luxury object, and is often photographed more beautifully than the model wearing the fragrance. And then, in tiny type at the bottom, the name of the parent company, because even in perfume, even in the industry of beautiful ambiguity, there is a legal obligation to say who is responsible. The marketing vocabulary of perfume has no regulatory relationship to the product's actual contents. Opium is not made from opium. Poison is not a poison in any meaningful sense. Joy does not guarantee joy. L'air du temps, the air of the times, is not literally atmospheric. These names operate as pure affect, as emotional targeting systems, as invitations to identify with an imagined experience rather than a chemical compound. This is not unique to perfume. The marketing of most luxury goods involves this kind of abstraction, but it is particularly developed in fragrance, because the product's actual qualities are so difficult to communicate in any other medium that the abstraction becomes the whole pitch. The department store perfume counter is the retail expression of this marketing philosophy. The counters, with their glass cases and velvet-lined display platforms and the carefully arranged bottles, are designed to produce an experience of luxury and exclusivity that justifies the price while making the purchase feel emotionally meaningful rather than commercially transactional. The salespeople, called beauty advisors in the contemporary retail lexicon, are trained not to describe the fragrance's chemical composition, but to describe the experience it produces or the identity it connotes. They will tell you that a particular perfume is warm and sensual, or light and fresh, or sophisticated and mysterious. They will not tell you that it contains diethyl phthalate. This is not duplicity in the conventional sense. The beauty advisor is not hiding something she knows. The chemical composition of the fragrance she is selling is not information that appears in her training materials, because it is not information her employer has. The marketing materials describe the experience. The ingredient list says fragrance. The salespeople have been equipped to help you choose a fragrance based on how it smells and what identity it promises, not based on its chemistry. The question of what is in the bottle is not a question the sales floor is designed to answer. The celebrity fragrance category, which exploded in the early 2000s and produced hundreds of fragrances from celebrities across entertainment and sports, is perhaps the clearest illustration of how completely the marketing has detached from any pretense of connection to the product's actual content. A fragrance developed for and marketed under a celebrity's name is typically created by the same contracted fragrance houses that create the fashion house fragrances. The same perfumers, the same supplier companies, the same raw materials. The celebrity has typically been involved in the process to varying degrees, from genuine creative collaboration to simple name licensing. The finished product's ingredient list is identical in its opacity to any other commercial fragrance. The word fragrance, the list of non-scent ingredients, nothing more. The celebrity's identity is the entire product. The chemistry is the same architecture as everything else on the counter. Luxury perfume pricing introduces an additional layer of abstraction. A bottle of prestige perfume from a heritage French house might cost $200 or $500 or $2,000 for quantities that range from a few milliliters to 150. The premium over mass-market fragrances is real. The best luxury fragrances do use higher quality natural materials in greater concentrations, do employ the most skilled perfumers, do achieve olfactory complexity that mass-market products rarely match. But the premium is also, in significant part, a premium for the name, the packaging, the imagined provenance, and the social signal of owning a bottle with a particular label. The chemistry in the luxury bottle is subject to the same ingredient disclosure requirement as the chemistry in the drugstore bottle, which is to say it is not disclosed at all beyond the word fragrance. The price does not buy additional transparency. There is a particular irony in the fact that the most expensive, most carefully crafted, most artistically serious perfumes in the world are described on their labels in the same way as the cheapest air freshener, one word. The $30 body spray and the $3,000 parfum are equally opaque to the consumer reading the label, equally subject to the same exemption, equally invisible in their chemical architecture. The regulatory framework does not distinguish between them. The label does not distinguish between them. The exemption was not written for the body spray or for the eau de parfum. It was written as a principle that applies universally, without regard to price, provenance, or the quality of the perfumer's craft. The fragrance names that function as emotional coordinates, obsession, eternity, poison, have their own legal peculiarity in relation to the ingredient they are not required to describe. The word obsession on a perfume label is not a regulated term, neither is poison, neither is eternal or divine or seductive or any of the other emotionally charged words that appear on fragrance bottles in gift shops and duty-free stores around the world. These words are advertising claims, not ingredient claims, and advertising claims for fragrance are subject to a different and considerably lighter regulatory framework than ingredient claims. A manufacturer cannot put contains healing compounds on a skincare label without substantiation because that is a drug claim. A manufacturer can put obsession on a perfume label without explaining what it contains because that is simply a name. The gap between the name and the contents is the architectural centre of the modern fragrance market, the space in which the marketing operates, freely and with extraordinary sophistication, while the chemistry operates invisibly and without any similar sophistication of disclosure. Both are real. Both are present in the bottle. The marketing you can see, the chemistry you cannot, unless you know what to look for and where to look, and the label is not the place you will find it. What would a fully transparent fragrance label look like? The question has been asked by advocates and pondered by researchers, and the answer is not entirely simple, because a full ingredient disclosure for a complex fragrance formula could run to many dozens of items. The INCI, International Nomenclature of Cosmetic Ingredients, name for each compound would need to appear. Systematic chemical names that are not necessarily accessible to the average consumer, but that are searchable, that can be looked up in publicly available databases, that can be evaluated by anyone with the will to do so. The EU's model for the 26 designated allergens, requiring their listing by INC, name when present above threshold concentrations, demonstrates that this kind of disclosure is practical. It does not simplify the label into something the average consumer can read at the counter, but it makes the information available to the consumer who wants it, and to the researcher who is trying to study it, and to the dermatologist who is trying to figure out what her patient is reacting to. The fragrance industry's position that full disclosure would confuse consumers and compromise trade secrets is an argument that other industries have made about their own disclosure requirements, and that regulators have ultimately rejected in favour of the consumer's right to know. The food industry argued that ingredient labels would confuse consumers and were unnecessary given its own safety practices. The argument lost, and the ingredient label is now so normalised that food without one is considered suspicious. The pharmaceutical industry argued that package inserts with full drug information were unnecessarily alarming to patients. The argument lost, and the package insert is now a standard feature of pharmaceutical packaging. The fragrance industry's argument is structurally identical to those earlier arguments. The history of those earlier arguments suggests how it will eventually resolve. The bottle on the counter catches the light beautifully. The name on the label promises something real, or at least something emotionally coherent, a feeling, an identity, a moment. The scent inside is genuinely pleasurable, if it is the right scent for the right person. None of this changes with disclosure. The beauty persists. The chemistry simply becomes visible, which is in the end a very modest thing to ask of a bottle that you're going to put on your skin. There are online forums, patient forums, health forums, the kind of informal digital communities that form around shared experiences that medicine has not quite caught up with, where women describe the moment they connected their symptoms to fragrance. The accounts have a particular structure, a headache that had been occurring every Tuesday, and that they eventually traced to the air freshener refill their office building maintenance team replaced every Monday. A skin rash that cleared up entirely during a 2-week vacation and returned on the 3rd day back at work, which they eventually connected to the scented lotion they used at their desk. A respiratory reaction that had been diagnosed variously as asthma, anxiety, and sinusitis, before an allergist did patch testing and found a positive reaction to fragrance mix, the standardized test preparation containing the most common fragrance allergens, and the world reorganized itself around that result. These are not dramatic stories in the way that medical narratives are sometimes dramatic. They do not involve urgent interventions or vivid turning points. They are slow stories, the kind built from accumulation and the gradual recognition that something has been quietly wrong for a long time. The recognition, when it comes, is typically followed not by relief but by the particular frustration of understanding how much simpler things would have been with earlier information. The fragrance-free movement, if it can be called a movement rather than a convergence of individual decisions, is composed primarily of these slow stories. People who chose fragrance-free for health reasons, usually after some triggering event. People who chose fragrance-free for solidarity reasons, because a family member or colleague had a fragrance sensitivity, and the choice was about accommodation rather than personal health. People who chose fragrance-free for environmental reasons, who had read about bioaccumulation and synthetic musk persistence, and made a decision based on what they preferred to put into the water supply. And people who chose fragrance-free simply because they eventually noticed the label said fragrance and decided they would rather not. Fragrance-free and unscented are different things, which is a distinction worth knowing. A product labelled unscented may contain fragrance compounds added specifically to mask the inherent smell of other ingredients, the masking fragrance we have already discussed. The product does not smell like anything, but it may still contain the same compounds that a scented product contains. Fragrance-free, as a label claim, means that no fragrance compounds were intentionally added for scent or masking purposes. In practice, fragrance-free claims are not federally regulated in the United States with the same rigour as, say, drug claims. They are a marketing assertion rather than a legal certification, but they are far more meaningful than unscented for the person trying to reduce fragrance exposure. The transition to fragrance-free products for people who undertake it is often described as initially disorienting and eventually difficult to reverse. The olfactory system, which habituates to the presence of scents, also resensitizes in their absence. People who have been using heavily fragranced products for years and then stop frequently report that they begin to notice fragrances they had previously been unaware of. The detergent in the linens of a hotel room, the air freshener in a public bathroom, the perfume of a person standing nearby on public transit. What had been background becomes foreground. The world, it turns out, is considerably more fragrance than they had realized while they were contributing to it. This resensitization has been documented in some research contexts and described anecdotally by a very large number of people. It is worth noting that resensitization is not the same as developing a new sensitivity. It is more accurately described as the removal of a habituating signal that had been obscuring existing background signals. The fragrances were always there. They become more perceptible when the continuous exposure that had normalized them is removed. For people with fragrance sensitivities, this can be experienced as an improvement, a world that is easier to navigate, less likely to trigger symptoms. For people who enjoyed fragrance products, it can be experienced as an inconvenience, a new awareness that, like most new awareness, cannot be undone. There is a particular subset of the fragrance-free community that deserves attention: women who made the choice following a cancer diagnosis, particularly hormone-related cancers. The breast cancer patient communities that formed online in the 1990s and 2000s were among the earliest spaces where systematic discussion of fragrance ingredients occurred outside of academic and regulatory contexts. Women who had been diagnosed with hormone receptor-positive breast cancer and who were being treated with anti-estrogen therapies began asking questions about environmental estrogen sources, about whether the products they had been using for decades might have contributed to the estrogen-related environment in which their cancer had developed. The research on environmental estrogen exposure and breast cancer is complex and contested, and it would be inaccurate to state that fragrance compounds have been shown to cause breast cancer. What can be accurately said is that some fragrance compounds have shown estrogenic activity in cell models, that some have been found in breast tissue samples, and that these findings, combined with the general absence of ingredient disclosure, led a significant number of women to make the precautionary choice to eliminate them. The oncology community has generally been cautious about making definitive statements on fragrance and cancer risk, and appropriately so, the evidence does not currently support a definitive causal claim. But cancer prevention guidelines from organizations including the National Cancer Institute and the American Cancer Society have over the years included general advice about reducing exposure to potentially hormone-disrupting chemicals, and the language around fragrance products in those guidelines has become gradually less dismissive. The shift is slow. The science is slow. The regulatory change, which trails the science, is slower still, but it is not absent. There is also, threading through the fragrance-free accounts, a thread that has nothing to do with health, a thread about attention and intention. The experience of people who have stopped using scented products frequently includes a remark about the strangeness of the unscented world, its quiet, its neutrality, the way that smelling a strongly fragranced person or product in that neutrality becomes vivid in a way it wasn't before. Some people find this deeply unwelcome, others describe it as a kind of clarification, a removal of a layer of chemical commentary that they had not consciously chosen to apply. The perfume was always a choice, of course. It was chosen each morning from among the options available. But it was a choice made, in most cases, without the information that would make it a fully informed one. The label did not say what was inside, the law did not require it to, and the choice proceeded on the basis of how it smelled and how much it cost and what the packaging looked like, all of which are perfectly reasonable bases for a choice, and all of which would be enriched rather than impoverished by knowing what the bottle actually contained. The women who stopped, in the end, made a different choice. Not necessarily a better one. Not necessarily one that every person would make, or should make, with the same information. But an informed one, arrived at through the particular combination of personal experience, accumulated research, and frustrated inquiry that comes from living for years with a system that was not designed with your information in mind. The dressing table, with nothing on it but a few simple, fully disclosed products, is not everyone's dressing table. It does not have to be, but it exists, and the people who arrived at it did so through a journey that the law made considerably more difficult than it needed to be. There are costs to the information gap that are measurable and costs that are not. The measurable costs appear in dermatology clinic data, the patch test positives, the diagnoses of allergic contact dermatitis, the treatment courses for conditions that might have been avoided if the compounds that caused them had been legible on a label and avoidable through a consumer choice. They appear in productivity statistics, the people who missed work because of fragrance-related symptoms, the people who reduced their hours or changed their work settings because of a sensitivity that the workplace was not equipped to accommodate. They appear in the healthcare utilization data of people who spent years seeking a diagnosis for symptoms that were eventually traced to fragrance exposure. The unmeasurable costs are harder to quantify, but no less real. They include the years of unexplained symptoms that preceded a diagnosis, the rashes attributed to stress, the headaches attributed to tension, the respiratory symptoms attributed to seasonal allergy that resolved when a fragrance product was removed and returned when it was reintroduced. They include the social costs of managing a fragrance sensitivity in a world that has not been designed to accommodate it, the conversations that need to be had with colleagues about a fragrance-free request, the social occasions that cannot be attended because someone will be wearing a fragrance that triggers symptoms, the constant low-level vigilance required to navigate public spaces that are assumed to be accessible but are not. They include the costs borne by the people who did not know they were bearing them, the woman applying a perfume every morning for 30 years who did not know it contained compounds that had been found in breast tissue samples from women diagnosed with hormone receptor-positive cancers. The evidence does not allow us to say that the perfume caused the cancer, but it does allow us to say that the woman did not have the information that would have allowed her to make an informed choice, and that the law did not require anyone to give it to her. The cost of not having that information is real, even when it cannot be precisely calculated. The concept of informed consent, foundational in medical ethics since the Nuremberg Code of 1947, and the subsequent development of bioethics through the 1970s and beyond, holds that people have the right to know what is being done to their bodies and to choose whether to accept it. Informed consent in the medical context is rigorous and formal. Specific disclosures, documented consent, ongoing rights to withdraw. In the consumer product context, the principle is less formal but not absent. The idea that a person applying a product to their skin should be able to know what is in it, if they want to know, is a reasonable extension of the same underlying principle. The fragrance trade secret exemption is, in effect, a categorical refusal of consumer-informed consent in the fragrance category. It says, you may apply this to your skin, you may not know what it contains. The law does not require anyone to tell you. The knowledge is someone else's property and is protected from you. This framing is not how the exemption has been described by the industry or the regulatory bodies that have maintained it. It has been described as a protection for intellectual property, as a mechanism for preserving innovation incentives, as a structure that is compatible with adequate safety protection, because the safety has been assessed elsewhere by people with the relevant expertise. But the practical effect, the consumer-side experience of the exemption, is the one described above. The label says one word: the consumer is not told. The people most affected by this are not, on average, the people best equipped to navigate the workarounds that currently exist for finding information. The fragrance-free community and the clean beauty movement have drawn disproportionately from educated, affluent consumers who have the time, the motivation and the resources to research alternatives, to seek out transparent brands, to have conversations with dermatologists about patch testing. The mass-market consumer who buys what is available and affordable at the nearest drugstore does not have access to these workarounds in any practical sense. The distribution of the information gap maps onto existing distributions of health literacy, socioeconomic status and time, with the people least equipped to navigate it bearing the greatest exposure. This distributional dimension of the fragrance disclosure issue has not been prominent in the public discussion, which has focused primarily on the concerns of informed, engaged consumers seeking transparency. But it is real, and it matters for how the regulatory question is framed. A mandatory disclosure requirement, a label that lists ingredients without requiring any consumer effort to find them, is an equalizer in a way that voluntary disclosure programs and clean beauty retailer certifications are not. The label is there for everyone who picks up the bottle, regardless of whether they know to look for it, regardless of whether they know what to do with it. The label is the democratic version of the information that is currently available only to those who know where to look. There is a parallel with nutritional labeling that is instructive. Before 1990, when the Nutrition Labeling and Education Act required standardized nutritional information on food products, nutritional information was available, but it required effort to find, was often incomplete, and was presented inconsistently when it appeared at all. The nutrition label did not immediately transform the American diet. Research consistently shows that nutritional labeling has, over time, influenced product formulation and consumer choice in measurable ways, that manufacturers reformulated products to improve nutritional profiles in anticipation of or in response to the label requirements, and that consumers, given access to clear nutritional information, made somewhat different choices than they had made without it. The effect was not dramatic and was not evenly distributed. But it was real, and it occurred without requiring any consumer to become a nutrition expert, simply by making the information visible at the moment of purchase. The fragrance label case is not identical to the nutrition label case. The information is more technical, the safety picture is more contested, and the trade secret protections are more robust. But the structural argument is the same. Visible information at the point of purchase influences behavior in ways that information available only through research does not. The industry's argument that most consumers don't care about fragrance ingredients is probably true in the aggregated sense. Most consumers do not actively seek this information and are not making their fragrance choices based on chemistry. But this argument confuses the absence of current seeking with the absence of potential benefit from disclosure. People were not, before 1990, actively seeking nutritional information either. The information's value does not depend on the consumer's prior awareness of its existence. The women whose stories run through this script, the woman in the turquoise-chaired waiting room in 1958, the woman developing fragrance allergy without knowing what compound was sensitizing her, the woman applying perfume every morning for 30 years without knowing what it contained, the woman choosing fragrance-free after a breast cancer diagnosis, and a conversation with an oncologist who could not give her definitive answers, are not, individually, dramatic figures. They are ordinary people navigating ordinary circumstances in a world where the information that might have changed their choices was withheld, not by malice, but by commercial habit, regulatory inertia, and a law written for a simpler chemistry. Their cost is the cost of the information gap. It is distributed across millions of people, and is invisible because it is distributed, no single case dramatic enough to constitute the focal point story that would crystallize public attention and political will in the way that 107 deaths in 1937 crystallized the will to pass the FD&C Act, but the aggregate cost, accumulated across 60 years of the exemptions operation, and across the millions of people who have experienced fragrance-related symptoms without knowing why, is not small. It is simply quiet, and quiet costs, in regulatory history, are the ones that accumulate the longest before they are finally counted. When you wash the fragrance off your skin, in the shower, in the sink, in the washing machine with the laundry, it does not disappear, It enters the water system, it travels through the pipes to the wastewater treatment plant, and there, depending on what it is, it may or may not encounter anything capable of breaking it down. Many fragrance compounds, including the synthetic musks that have accumulated most persistently in research findings, are not fully removed by standard wastewater treatment processes. They pass through. They enter the receiving waterway, the river, the estuary, the coastal water, and in the receiving waterway they encounter the organisms that live there. The environmental fate of synthetic musks has been studied since the 1980s, when German researchers first detected nitromusk compounds in fish tissue from rivers downstream of industrial areas. The finding was initially described as an industrial contamination issue. The nitromusks were being released from manufacturing facilities, not from consumer use. But as monitoring continued and the nitromusks were replaced by polycyclic musks in consumer products, the polycyclic musks began appearing in the same tissues. Galaxolide and tonalide, the two most widely used, were found in fish in rivers across Europe, North America, and Asia. They were found at concentrations that, in some cases, exceeded the concentrations at which endocrine effects had been observed in laboratory studies. The persistence of these compounds in the environment is a function of their chemistry. Synthetic musks were designed to be stable, to remain intact rather than degrading quickly, which is what gives them their longevity as fragrance materials. The same stability that makes them useful as perfume ingredients makes them resistant to the microbial breakdown that wastewater treatment relies on. This is not a design flaw in the conventional sense of the term. The compounds were not designed with their environmental fate in mind, because in the decades when they were developed and adopted at scale, environmental fate was not a primary consideration in the design of consumer product ingredients. The European Union's Water Framework Directive, which established quality standards for European water bodies, has listed some synthetic musks as substances of concern and has driven monitoring programs across member states. Galaxolide in particular has been identified as a compound of very high concern under the EU's REACH regulation, which governs chemicals in the European market and has been subject to authorization requirements, meaning that its continued use must be justified. The regulatory pressure has driven reformulation in the European market, with some manufacturers moving to biodegradable musk alternatives that perform a similar olfactory function, while breaking down more readily in the environment. In the United States, the environmental regulation of fragrance compounds has been less systematic. The Clean Water Act governs the discharge of pollutants into water bodies, but the Act's list of regulated substances was largely established in the 1970s and 1980s and has not been comprehensively updated to include emerging contaminants of the kind that synthetic musks represent. The Safe Drinking Water Act similarly has gaps around compounds that were not recognized as concerns when the regulatory lists were established. The result is that synthetic musks enter American waterways in quantities that are monitored in some research contexts, but are not systematically regulated under the existing clean water framework. Wastewater treatment plants were not designed to remove these compounds. They were designed primarily for the treatment of organic waste, the removal of pathogens, and the reduction of nutrients that cause algal blooms. The chemistry of synthetic fragrance persistence was not a design consideration when the treatment infrastructure was built, because the compounds did not exist at scale when the infrastructure was designed. Retrofitting wastewater treatment for emerging organic contaminants is technically possible but expensive, and the regulatory pressure that might drive that investment at scale has not yet materialized. The fish that have been found with synthetic musks in their tissue are not in most cases visibly sick. The concentrations are generally below what would produce acute effects. The concern is chronic. The question of what low-level, long-term exposure to endocrine-disrupting compounds does to the reproductive biology and development of aquatic organisms over generations. This question is active in the research literature. Some studies have found associations between musk compound concentrations and reproductive abnormalities in fish populations. Others have found no clear effect. The science is not settled, which is a phrase that, in this context, means not that the concern is unfounded, but that the mechanism and the threshold and the long-term trajectory are still being worked out. What is settled is the presence. The compounds are in the water. They were put there, one shower at a time, one load of laundry at a time, across decades of consumer use that nobody tracked as a cumulative environmental input because nobody was required to. the aggregate of individual ordinary choices, the morning routine, the laundry detergent, the fabric softener sheet, constitutes an environmental deposition that the infrastructure was not designed to intercept. This is not a reason for the kind of guilt that serves no purpose. It is a reason to know that the choice of fragrance products is not entirely a personal choice, that it extends outward, through the pipes and the treatment plants and the rivers, in ways that the marketing for those products does not mention. The bottle of perfume on your dressing table, when you are done with it and what remains washes away, goes somewhere. The somewhere is real. The chemistry does not end at the drain. There are alternatives. Biodegradable synthetic musks are increasingly available. Compounds that provide a similar olfactory function and break down much more readily in wastewater and environmental conditions. Some manufacturers have adopted them voluntarily. Some have been driven to them by EU regulatory pressure. In the United States, the adoption has been slower and patchier, driven primarily by companies with sustainability commitments and consumer pressure from buyers who are asking questions the label has not answered. The fragrance-free choice, from an environmental perspective, is the most direct. The musk compounds that are not in the product cannot accumulate in the fish. The limonene that is not in the air freshener cannot react with the ozone to produce formaldehyde. The precautionary logic is clean, but it is also, for many people, an unappealing one. A choice that involves giving up something that provides genuine pleasure for a benefit that is diffuse, environmental, and invisible. The answer to the environment question is not that everyone should stop using fragrance. It is that the regulatory framework should create conditions in which the choice of what fragrance to use can be made with full information about what is in it, and in which the environmental persistence of fragrance compounds is a factor in how those compounds are regulated for use. This is a reasonable ask of a regulatory system. It is, in the case of fragrance, an ask that the system has not yet fully answered. The river downstream of the wastewater plant is carrying something that nobody put on its label. The fish in the river did not choose to be swimming in it. These are facts. They are best held, like most facts about the complicated relationship between chemistry and the world, without panic and without dismissal, simply as information, present and settled, about what the morning routine connects to when you follow it far enough downstream. Perfume is one of the oldest human technologies. The word itself comes from the Latin perfumum, through smoke, and the oldest form of perfumery was exactly this: burning aromatic materials, resins, woods, and herbs, and allowing the smoke to carry the scent upward as an offering, and downward to anoint the people and places around it. The Egyptian practice of kaifi, a complex incense blend whose ingredients are recorded in temple inscriptions at Edfu and Philae, was among the most sophisticated perfume preparations of the ancient world, containing 16 to 36 ingredients, depending on the recipe and the period, including resins, aromatic woods, honey, wine, raisins, and a range of plant materials from across the Egyptian trade network. Kaifi was used in temple rituals, as a medicine, and as a personal fragrance. The priests who prepared it worked from written recipes of considerable complexity. The ingredients were disclosed, because in a temple context the precision of the formula was religiously significant, and the priests needed to know what they were burning. The early history of perfumery is inseparable from the history of trade, because most aromatic materials grow in a limited range of climatic conditions, and have always needed to travel to reach the markets where they were valued. Frankincense, the resin of Boswellia sacra and related species, was harvested primarily in Oman, Yemen, and the Horn of Africa, and was traded across the ancient world through routes that connected the Arabian Peninsula to the Mediterranean, India, and China. Its value was religious, medicinal, and aesthetic. It was burned in temples, administered as medicine, used in embalming, and applied directly to skin. The frankincense trade route was one of the most significant commercial arteries of the ancient world, and the caravans that moved it across the Arabian Peninsula were among the most economically consequential convoys in history. Myrrh, spikenard, cinnamon, cassia, calamus, the aromatic materials named in ancient texts, from the Book of Exodus to the Vedic scriptures to the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Medicine, constitute a global catalogue of plant materials that human cultures had independently identified as valuable for their scent across thousands of years of independent discovery. The pattern of discovery, different cultures, different continents, different millennia, arriving at the same materials for the same purposes, suggests something about the universality of the human attraction to scent and about the specific aromatic qualities that the olfactory system across the species has found pleasurable, sacred, or therapeutically meaningful. The first liquid perfumes, solutions of aromatic materials in oil or fat rather than the burning or smoking of the materials directly, were developed in the ancient Mediterranean. Megalion, described by the Greek writer Theophrastus in his Inquiry into Plants circa 300 BCE, was a complex preparation combining plant-derived aromatic materials with fixed oils, produced in Corinth and traded across the Greek world. Theophrastus, who is sometimes called the first botanist, wrote about aromatic plants with the same empirical rigour he brought to the rest of his botanical work, noting their habitats, their properties, the effects of soil and climate on their quality, the processes by which their essences were extracted. He was describing, in the vocabulary of his era, exactly what modern fragrance chemistry describes in the vocabulary of organic chemistry: the composition, the properties, and the behaviour of aromatic plant compounds. The Arabian contribution to perfumery in the medieval period was profound and largely under-acknowledged in histories of the subject that focus on the European tradition. Avicenna ibn Sina, the Persian physician and polymath who lived from 980 to 1037 CE, is credited by some historians with the development or significant improvement of the process of hydrodistillation, the method of extracting essential oils from plant material by passing steam through it and collecting the condensed aromatic compounds. Whether or not Avicenna was the inventor, the distillation technology developed in the Arabic-speaking world transformed perfumery by making possible the extraction of delicate aromatic compounds from flowers and other plant materials at scale, and by producing the essential oils and hydrosols that became the foundational materials of European perfumery from the medieval period onward. Rose water, produced by distilling rose petals with water, collecting the aromatic condensate, became one of the most widely traded luxury goods of the medieval world. Attar of roses, the essential oil separated from rose water, was produced in Persia, Bulgaria, and India, and traded across the known world. The Bulgarian Rose Valley, which remains today one of the primary sources of rose otto for the global fragrance market, was already producing attar of roses in the 18th century at volumes significant enough to supply European demand. The chemical isolation of individual aromatic compounds, the process that eventually produced the modern synthetic fragrance palette, began with the same curiosity that drove all of 19th century organic chemistry: the desire to understand what specific molecular structures were responsible for the properties of natural materials. Coumarin, isolated from the tonka bean in 1820 by the French chemist Nicolas Théodore de Saussure, was the first fragrance compound to be chemically characterized and subsequently synthesized. The synthesis of coumarin in 1868 by William Henry Perkin, the same chemist who had accidentally discovered the first synthetic dye, Movine, in 1856 while trying to synthesize quinine, marked the beginning of synthetic perfumery as a commercial reality. The perfumers who worked in the late 19th and early 20th centuries were among the first practitioners of any craft to have access to both traditional natural materials and the new synthetic palette simultaneously, and the most creative among them used this dual access to develop olfactory experiences that neither palette alone could produce. Fougère Royale, created by Paul Parquet for Houbrugont in 1882, combined natural oak moss and bergamot with synthetic coumarin in a combination that had no precedent in natural perfumery and that established the Fougère Accord, a pillar of masculine perfumery to this day. The formula was disclosed in the sense that perfumers knew what it contained. The consumer who bought the bottle knew only that it smelled good. This relationship, the perfumer knowing, the consumer not, is the relationship that the trade secret exemption formalized in 1938 and 1966. It was not invented by those laws. It was the existing commercial practice of an industry that had always treated its formulas as proprietary. What the laws did was make the non-disclosure legally secure in a regulatory environment that might otherwise have imposed disclosure as a condition of consumer protection. The exemption did not create the secrecy, it institutionalized it. The history of perfumery is, in one reading, a history of discovering which plants contain aromatic compounds, which compounds produce which olfactory effects, which combinations create experiences that have no natural precedent. It is a genuinely creative history, produced by people with real skill and genuine aesthetic intention. The fact that this history has been conducted in a context of non-disclosure, that the creative achievements have been protected by secrecy rather than celebrated through transparency, is not a necessary feature of the craft. It is a commercial and regulatory convention that has accumulated the weight of tradition without being inherent to what perfumery is or what it could be. The Kaifi priests of ancient Egypt disclosed their ingredients, not to consumers, but to the other priests who would need to prepare the formula after them. The formula survived because it was written down, because the knowledge was shared within the community of practice. The modern fragrance formula, protected by the trade secret exemption, may not survive in the same way, not because it will be forgotten, but because the institutional mechanisms of the modern industry ensure its continuity whether or not it is ever written on a label. The difference is that the Egyptian priest, reading the temple wall, knew what he was burning. The contemporary consumer, reading the label, does not. If you're drifting now, let yourself go. Subscribe so the next story is waiting when you return. Sleep well. The Research Institute for Fragrance Materials has its headquarters in Woodcliff Lake, New Jersey, in an office building of the kind that contains many such institutes, orderly, professional, not obviously connected to the industry of flower and bottle, and the particular pleasure of something that smells beautiful. The institute was founded in 1966, the same year as the Fair Packaging and Labelling Act that formalised the fragrance exemption, and it has been the primary mechanism through which the fragrance industry has organised and funded its own safety assessment since then. The RIFM process works as follows. Industry members, fragrance ingredient suppliers, finished product manufacturers submit data on fragrance compounds to the Institute. The Institute's staff and expert panel review the data and make determinations about safety and acceptable usage levels. Those determinations are then published in peer-reviewed journals and used by the International Fragrance Association, IFRA, to set its voluntary standards. The IFRA standards, specifying the maximum permitted usage level of various compounds in various product categories, are then communicated to member companies, who are expected to comply voluntarily. The system, at its best, represents a genuine attempt to apply scientific rigour to the safety question of an industry that produces thousands of different compounds and formulas. The RIFM expert panel includes toxicologists, dermatologists, and environmental scientists of genuine credentials. The published assessments cite real data and engage with the research literature. The standards that result from the process have led to the restriction and prohibition of a meaningful number of compounds that were found to present unacceptable risks. The nitromusk phase-outs, the restriction of sensitizing compounds, the prohibition of carcinogenic impurities, these are the outcomes of a system that, at least in some respects, works. The criticisms of the system are structural rather than personal. The first is funding. RIFM is funded by the fragrance industry it assesses, by the same companies whose ingredients are under evaluation. The expert panel is independent in the formal sense. Its members are not employees of the companies being assessed, and the Institute's charter includes provisions for scientific independence. But the Institute's budget depends on industry funding, and that dependency creates a structural alignment of interest between the Institute and the industry that shapes, even without anyone intending it to, the conditions under which the science is funded and communicated. The comparison to other industry-funded research programs is uncomfortable. The tobacco industry's funding of health research in the 1950s and 1960s is the canonical example. Research that was technically conducted according to scientific standards and that nevertheless, for decades, consistently produced conclusions more favourable to the industry than independent research produced. The mechanism was not necessarily fraud, it was selection. The selection of research questions, the selection of methodologies, the interpretation of uncertain findings, that consistently operated in one direction. An institution that depends on industry funding for its existence has structural reasons to avoid findings that would threaten that existence, even when its individual scientists have the best of intentions. The second criticism is scope. RIFM assesses compounds individually, generally testing one compound in isolation in relevant dose ranges. What it does not systematically assess is the cocktail effect. The combined impact of dozens of fragrance compounds present simultaneously in a product, or the aggregate impact of multiple fragrance products used together in a daily routine. Toxicology has long acknowledged the cocktail effect as a real phenomenon. Compounds that are individually below thresholds of concern may have cumulative or synergistic effects when combined. The regulatory framework, including the IFRA standards, generally does not account for this, a limitation that researchers outside the industry have consistently identified, but that the self-regulatory system has not adequately addressed. The third criticism is timing. Our IFM assessments and the IFRA standards that follow from them have generally been reactive rather than anticipatory, responding to evidence of harm after it accumulates, rather than establishing comprehensive safety before compounds enter widespread use. The nitromusks were used for decades before being phased out. Lilial was used globally for decades before the EU banned it. Several phthalates were in widespread use for decades before restrictions began to accumulate. The pattern of discover, use, concern, restrict runs through the history of fragrance regulation, with a regularity that the self-regulatory argument that the system is adequate because the industry is policing itself has difficulty accounting for without acknowledging that the policing has consistently been late. The industry's response to these criticisms has been consistent. The RIFM process is scientifically rigorous. The concerns are appropriately addressed by the expert panel. The regulatory gaps in the US relative to the EU reflect different risk tolerances, not different science. The disclosure requirement would not improve safety, because safety is assessed at the compound level, not the formula level, while it would compromise legitimate intellectual property protections. These arguments are not without any merit, but they are arguments made by the beneficiaries of the current system, and the beneficiaries of any system have a structural interest in articulating arguments for why the system should remain as it is. The alternative argument, made by environmental health advocates, by consumer safety organizations, and by a growing number of dermatologists and allergists, is that mandatory ingredient disclosure would not necessarily require the disclosure of proprietary formulas, only of the presence of individual compounds, that it would allow people with documented sensitivities or allergies to make informed choices, that it would allow researchers to correlate ingredient exposure with health outcomes in ways that are currently impossible because the exposure data does not exist, and that the trade secret argument, however legitimate in principle, has in practice been applied to protect not just genuinely proprietary combinations, but the identity of every compound in every formula, including compounds that are neither proprietary nor secret, and that appear in thousands of products across the industry. California passed the Cleaning Product Right to Know Act in 2017, requiring disclosure of fragrance ingredients in cleaning products sold in the state. The Fragrance Ingredient Disclosure Act, a federal bill that would require disclosure of individual fragrance ingredients in personal care products, has been introduced in Congress multiple times but has not passed. The Modernization of Cosmetics Regulation Act of 2022, signed into law in December of that year, gave the FDA enhanced authority over cosmetics safety and included provisions for allergen labeling and safety substantiation, a meaningful update to the regulatory framework, though not as comprehensive as what advocates had sought on fragrance disclosure specifically. The movement is slow. The law changes more slowly than the science, and the science changes more slowly than the chemistry. In the gap between the chemistry and the regulation, the products sit on the shelves. The bottles remain beautiful. The labels say what they have always said. And the system that put them there, the self-regulatory apparatus, the lobbying structure, the legal framework, the economic incentives, continues to operate with the quiet efficiency of a system that has been designed over many decades to work exactly this way. This is not a conspiracy. It is something more ordinary than a conspiracy. It is the natural operation of an industry with significant financial stakes in a particular regulatory outcome, working through the mechanisms that American law provides to influence that outcome. Those mechanisms are legitimate, the lobbying is legal, the self-regulatory science is conducted in good faith, and the result, after 60 years of the system operating this way, is a label that still says only one word where 3,000 compounds are present. One word, still there, the clock in the waiting room still showing the same time, the magazines still from 1966. The regulatory geography of fragrance is a patchwork that tells you something about the different ways that societies have chosen to balance commercial freedom against precautionary protection, and about how those choices, made in legislative moments that may be decades apart, produce different lives for the people who live within them. A woman in Paris and a woman in Chicago can buy the same bottle of perfume from the same international brand. The bottle sold in Paris lists linalool, limonene, geraniol, and 23 other allergens by name when they exceed the regulatory thresholds. The bottle sold in Chicago says fragrance. The same bottle, the same chemistry, two different regulatory frameworks, two different labels. The European Union's Cosmetics Regulation, Regulation EC, number 1223/2009, is the governing document for cosmetics safety in EU member states, and it represents a considerably more comprehensive approach to fragrance disclosure than its American equivalent. The regulation requires that 26 specific fragrance allergens, compounds identified through the scientific literature as common sensitizers, be listed individually on cosmetic product labels when present above concentration thresholds of 0.01% in rinse-off products and 0.001% in leave-on products. The list of 26 was established based on the recommendations of the Scientific Committee on Consumer Safety, SCCS, an independent body that advises the European Commission and has been subject to ongoing review and expansion as the evidence base develops. The 26 allergens required to be listed include amylcinomyl, benzyl alcohol, cinnamyl alcohol, citral eugenol, hydroxycitronellal, isoeugenol, amylcinnamyl alcohol, benzyl salicylate, cinnamyl, coumarin, geraniol, hydroxyisohexyl 3-cyclohexene carboxaldehyde, also known as Lyryl or HICC, anise alcohol, benzyl cinnamate, farnesol 2-4-tert, -butylbenzyl, close parenthesis, propionaldehyde, open parenthesis, lilial or BMHCA, close parenthesis, linalool, benzyl benzoate, citronellol, hexyl cinnamaldehyde, limonene, methyl-2-octanoate, alpha-isomethyl ionone, oak moss extract, and tree moss extract. Not all of these are synthetic. Oak moss and tree moss are natural extracts. Limonene is found in citrus, linalool is found in lavender, but all have been identified as capable of causing allergic sensitization in a proportion of the population with repeated exposure. The EU has gone further in recent years. Lilial BMHCA, butylphenyl methylpropional, was banned outright from EU cosmetics in 2022 following concerns from the SCCS that it demonstrated reproductive toxicity in animal studies and that the potential for harm was sufficient to warrant prohibition rather than restriction. The ban required reformulation of thousands of products that had contained lilial as a standard fragrance ingredient for decades. The industry response, reformulating out of lilial, developing alternative accords that approximated its olfactory qualities, was completed within the required time frame. The chemistry was achievable. The commercial will to achieve it required a regulatory deadline. The SCCS has published opinions proposing the expansion of the EU allergen list beyond the original 26, including compounds that have accumulated evidence of sensitizing potential in the research literature since the original list was established. The revision process is ongoing and has already resulted in proposals for dozens of additional compounds to be added to mandatory disclosure requirements. The direction of travel in European fragrance regulation is clear, toward more disclosure, more restriction of compounds with documented safety concerns, and a continuing expectation that the industry will reformulate to meet evolving standards rather than expecting standards to remain static while its chemistry advances. Japan has its own regulatory framework for cosmetics, governed by the Pharmaceutical and Medical Device Act and by guidelines from the Ministry of Health, Labour and Welfare. The Japanese system requires the disclosure of full ingredient lists on cosmetics labels, including fragrance components, for all cosmetics marketed in Japan. This means that products sold in Japan by international brands must list their fragrance ingredients individually on the Japanese market label, even when the same product sold in the United States lists only fragrance. Japan's approach thus provides a model for what full fragrance disclosure looks like in a major consumer market, and the fragrance industry has not collapsed as a result. Products are formulated, disclosed and sold, and consumers have the information the label provides to make their choices. Canada's regulatory approach to fragrance occupies a position between the EU's partial disclosure requirement and the US's exemption. Health Canada's cosmetic ingredient guidelines require that fragrance be listed on labels, and that certain fragrance ingredients, particularly those on Health Canada's list of substances of concern, be individually identified. The regulatory framework is more demanding than the US standard and somewhat less comprehensive than the EU standard, and it has evolved over time in response to the same accumulating research literature that has driven EU regulatory development. Australia's Therapeutic Goods Administration, TGA, and the regulatory body responsible for cosmetic safety, National Industrial Chemicals Notification and Assessment Scheme, NICNAS, later reorganised as the Australian Industrial Chemicals Introduction Scheme, AICIS, have developed fragrance-related standards that align broadly with the EU approach on allergen disclosure, while maintaining some distinctly Australian elements in their risk assessment methodology. Australia has also been notable for the development of workplace fragrance guidance through Safe Work Australia, which has addressed fragrance sensitivity as an occupational health issue more systematically than comparable bodies in most other countries. The existence of these different regulatory frameworks across different jurisdictions creates what trade lawyers call regulatory fragmentation, a situation in which different rules in different markets impose different compliance costs and create incentives for different product formulations in different geographic markets. For large multinational corporations with significant EU sales, the practical consequence is often that EU-compliant formulations are adopted globally because maintaining separate formulations for different markets is expensive, and the EU's market size makes compliance worthwhile as a baseline. For smaller brands operating primarily in the US domestic market, the EU standards may not create the same pressure, and the same trade secret exemption that has applied since 1966 continues to govern. The 26 allergen disclosure requirement in the EU has had a measurable effect on fragrance allergy rates in European populations, or at least on the ability to detect and characterize fragrance allergy. Dermatology patch test data from European clinics has documented both the prevalence of allergy to specific compounds and changes in that prevalence following regulatory action. The restriction of Lyril, HICC, hydroxyisohexyl, 3-cyclohexene carboxaldehyde, which was identified as one of the most significant fragrance allergens in European patch test data and was restricted under IFRA standards and eventually subject to EU regulatory action, was followed by a documented decline in positive patch test rates for that compound in surveillance data from Denmark and Sweden, where long-running patch test programs provide the best longitudinal data available. The regulatory intervention worked. The chemical left the products. The allergy rates to that specific chemical declined. This is a direct demonstration that ingredient restriction produces the health outcome it is designed to produce. The American regulatory picture is moving slowly in the direction of the EU model. The Modernization of Cosmetics Regulation Act of 2022 contains provisions that would result in some fragrance allergen disclosure on American product labels for the first time. The FDA's rulemaking on this provision is progressing through the regulatory process. The direction is clear even if the timeline is uncertain. The gap between the American and European standards will narrow. Whether it will close entirely and on what timeline is the question that advocates are working to answer. The woman in Paris and the woman in Chicago are both wearing perfume. The bottle is the same bottle from the same brand. The chemistry is the same chemistry. The label in Paris tells her something. The label in Chicago does not. This difference, this particular, persistent, addressable gap between what is on the label and what is in the bottle, is not the result of the science being different in the two cities. It is the result of the law being different, and the law can be different in both cities and still in both of them be true, which is perhaps the most straightforward thing about regulatory differences, and also somehow the hardest to remember. There is a small but growing category of perfumers who work exclusively with natural materials, not because they believe natural is automatically safer. They are as a group considerably more sophisticated than that framing allows, but because they are interested in a different kind of complexity. The complexity of a jasmine absolute that contains hundreds of compounds rather than dozens. The variability of a rose otto that smells slightly different each year because the roses were grown in soil that received different rainfall. The way that natural fragrance materials shift on skin, interacting with the wearer's chemistry, in ways that a formulated synthetic blend cannot quite replicate. Natural perfumery as a contemporary practice, as distinct from the historic tradition that it draws on, has developed largely outside the mainstream fragrance industry, through a network of independent perfumers, small artisan brands, and practitioners who trained in botanical aromatics rather than in the synthetic ingredient libraries of the large flavour and fragrance houses. The Natural Perfumers Guild, founded in the early 2000s, has provided some organisational structure to a community that is otherwise loosely affiliated and geographically dispersed. The natural perfumers make a point that is worth sitting with, because it complicates the simple natural is better narrative that sometimes attaches itself to their work. Natural fragrance materials are not inherently safe. Several are potent allergens. Prue balsam, a resinous extract with a warm, vanilla-like scent, is one of the most common contact allergens in the dermatologist's patch test series, a natural substance that causes skin reactions with considerable frequency. Cinnamon bark oil contains cinnamol at high concentrations and is a well-documented sensitizer. Clove bud oil contains eugenol, which can cause both irritation and sensitization. Bergamot oil, the citrus oil that gives Earl Grey tea its distinctive character, and that appears in many classic perfumes as a top note, contains furanocoumarins, compounds that, when the skin is exposed to sunlight after application, can cause phototoxic reactions ranging from reddening to permanent pigmentation changes. The bergaptan-free bergamot that modern perfumers use has been processed to remove the furanocoumarins. Original bergamot had not. The natural perfumers know all of this. They work with the allergen data. They restrict or avoid the most sensitizing materials. They make their ingredient lists available, often more transparently than the conventional industry does, precisely because transparency is part of the value proposition they are offering. The customer who buys from a small natural perfume house can, in most cases, find out exactly what is in the bottle. This is not required of them by law. They do it because their customer base has chosen them partly for that reason. The economics of natural perfumery are also worth understanding. The cost structure is entirely different from conventional perfumery. Natural materials are expensive, variable, and subject to the pressures of agriculture, climate, harvest conditions, geopolitical stability in producing regions. Bulgarian rose otto, arguably the finest rose material in the world, produced in the Rose Valley between Kazanlak and Karlovo in central Bulgaria, fluctuates in price considerably year to year depending on the harvest. A kilogram can cost between 3,000 and 12,000 euros, depending on the year and the quality. A finished natural perfume that uses genuine rose otto at effective concentrations will cost considerably more than the mass-market alternatives. This is not a scalable model for a product that billions of people buy. The market for natural perfume is, accordingly, small and premium. It serves a customer who has the financial means to pay considerably more for a product and the interest to care about what it contains. This is a genuine good, more transparency, more natural material, more craft. But it is not a solution to the information gap that affects the mass market. The woman buying her drugstore body spray for $3.99 does not have access to a natural alternative at that price point, and the information on her label is the same as it has always been, the single word fragrance, protecting everything and revealing nothing. There is a parallel development in the conventional synthetic fragrance world worth noting. A growing number of mainstream fragrance brands, driven partly by regulatory pressure from the EU and partly by consumer demand for transparency, have begun publishing what they call ingredient transparency lists or full disclosure policies. Credo Beauty, a US retailer with a focus on cleaner beauty products, maintains a list of prohibited or restricted ingredients. Beauty Counter, a direct sales brand, has published its own restricted substance list and advocates for federal cosmetics reform. Prose, a customized hair care brand, lists every ingredient in its products individually, including fragrance components. These are voluntary measures. They are not required, but they represent a meaningful shift in market behavior, evidence that a portion of the consumer market is asking for disclosure in ways that are influencing product development and business strategy. The question of whether this consumer pressure will eventually drive regulatory change, or whether regulatory change needs to precede meaningful industry-wide adoption, is one that advocates and industry observers have been debating for years without a clear resolution. The answer probably involves both. Consumer pressure has driven some voluntary disclosure. Regulatory pressure has driven more systematic reformulation. The EU's action on lilial, galaxolide and allergen disclosure requirements has changed the product landscape across the European market in ways that voluntary measures alone would not have achieved in the same timeframe. The interaction between consumer advocacy, scientific research, regulatory action, and industry response is where the story is currently unfolding, and it is unfolding at the particular speed of systems that have accumulated their current form over many decades and change only when sufficient pressure is applied from multiple directions at once. The perfumers in the hills above Grasser in the early morning among the jasmine rows are still there. The fields are smaller than they were a century ago. Urbanization, labour costs, and the economics of the synthetic market have reduced the cultivated acreage considerably. But the roses are still there, the jasmine is still there, the essential oils are still being made by hand, in the same way they have been made for hundreds of years, by people who know exactly what is in the bottle because they were there when it was put in. That knowledge, present at the source, invisible at the retail counter, is what the long argument about fragrance transparency has been trying to recover. Not to return to the jasmine field, which is neither possible nor necessary, but to carry some approximation of the jasmine field's clarity into the mass-market bottle, the knowledge of what is present, the ability to choose with information rather than without it, the modest dignity of knowing what you are putting on your skin. This is a reasonable thing to want. It is, in the history of consumer protection, not an unreasonably ambitious thing to want. It is simply a thing that has not yet been fully achieved. There is a kind of knowledge that changes how you inhabit a familiar space. Not dramatic knowledge, not knowledge that requires immediate action or produces urgent feeling. The quieter kind, the kind that settles into the background of the space and gives it a slightly different quality without changing what you do in it. You walk into your bathroom in the morning and you see the same bottles you've always seen, and you know something different about what is inside them, and the knowing is simply there. A new layer of context that does not require you to do anything with it right now. The perfume bottle on the dressing table catches the morning light the way it always has. The glass is the same glass, the scent inside is the same scent, and now you know, or know more than you did, about what is inside it besides the scent. The knowledge does not make the scent less pleasurable if the scent is genuinely pleasurable. It does not obligate you to change anything. It simply populates the space between you and the bottle with a more complete picture of what the relationship between you actually is. This is, in the end, what the fragrance disclosure argument has always been about. Not the abolition of fragrance, not the transformation of the perfume counter into a chemistry laboratory, not the elimination of the pleasure that scent provides, or the memory it carries, or the identity it expresses. Simply the completion of the picture, the addition to the beautiful, evocative sensory experience of fragrance of the chemical reality that produces it. The information alongside the experience, the label that says what is in the bottle, in the ordinary, democratic, take-it-or-leave-it way that labels on most other things say what is in them. The history of consumer labeling in the United States is, at its most basic, a history of the gradual extension of this principle to new categories of product. The food label, the nutritional information, the drug facts panel, the allergen disclosure, the organic certification, the ingredient list on cosmetics. Each of these represented, when it was proposed, the same industry argument that the fragrance disclosure faces now, that consumers don't need the information, that the current system provides adequate protection, that disclosure would be confusing or costly or competitively damaging. Each of these arguments was eventually overcome by the combination of accumulating evidence, public advocacy, and political will. The fragrance category is the outstanding exception to a regulatory trend that has otherwise moved steadily toward more information, more disclosure, and more consumer access to what is in the products they use. The outstanding exception is narrowing. The Modernization of Cosmetics Regulation Act has opened a door that the industry had kept closed for 60 years. The FDA's rulemaking authority on fragrance allergens represents the first instance in the history of American cosmetic regulation in which a federal agency has the statutory power to require the disclosure of specific fragrance compounds on product labels. The exercise of that authority, the specific rules that will emerge from the rulemaking process, the thresholds and categories and timelines that will govern what appears on labels, will determine whether the door that has been opened leads to a room with meaningful information, or to a narrow corridor that leaves the fundamental architecture of the trade secret exemption intact. The advocates have been in this position before. They have watched regulatory opportunities narrow to less than what the science would have warranted, constrained by industry pressure and political calculation. They have also watched the EU's more expansive regulatory approach demonstrate that full disclosure is achievable without the commercial catastrophe that the industry's arguments predicted. The direction is clear, the pace is what is contested, and the people who have been making the argument for decades have learned to distinguish between the pace and the direction, to find in the direction a reason for patient, continued effort even when the pace is frustratingly slow. What stays, when the story reaches its current end, is not the regulatory framework or the chemistry or the advocacy or any of the other large structural elements that the story has moved through. What stays is the particular quality of attention that the story calls for, the attention to small things, to labels and ingredients, and the chemistry of ordinary daily life that the current regulatory framework discourages by making the relevant information unavailable. What stays is the knowledge that the information is available if you know where to look, and that the places where it is available are more numerous than they were 10 years ago, and that the law is slowly moving toward a world in which the information is available to everyone, on the label, without any requirement to know where else to look. The woman in the waiting room in 1958 is leaving. She pushes through the glass door. The perfume goes with her. She does not know what is in it, and the law has not required anyone to tell her, and the research that will eventually explain it has not yet begun. She walks home through the lit streets and the evening closes. The bottle is on the dressing table. The label says what it says, and somewhere in the future, measurable in decades, unmeasurable in days, the label will say something more. The quiet of the room is the quiet of things that have been said and things that are still settling. The knowledge sits in you now, lightly, without urgency, without alarm. The perfume is still there, the morning is still coming, and the particular piece of knowing a story while it is still in progress is, if you can find it, a different piece from the one produced by knowing a story that has already ended. It is more tentative. It is also, in its way, more honest. The piece of someone who knows the situation clearly and has decided to rest anyway. Let the chemistry continue without you for the night. Let the policy process move at its own pace. The label will change or it will not, and the morning will have its own answer to give. For now there is only this, the room, the breath, the slow dissolution of the day into something simpler and darker and more restful. The bottle on the dressing table catching the last of the light, beautiful and opaque and entirely still. There is a particular group for whom the fragrance question takes on a different character: pregnant women, nursing mothers, and the infants and young children who are among the most heavily marketed to consumers of fragranced products in the world. Baby wash with a warm, gentle scent. Baby lotion that smells like powder. Baby laundry detergent with a fragrance specifically designed to signal cleanliness and care. The newborn section of any drugstore is a landscape of soft packaging and soothing scents. Products designed to reassure the new parent that they are making safe choices, that the softness of the packaging reflects the softness of what is inside. The regulatory framework that protects adults from undisclosed fragrance compounds applies to products for infants and children without modification. A baby wash labelled gentle and hypoallergenic may contain fragrance compounds that are not listed individually on the label. The word hypoallergenic is not a regulated term in the United States. It is a marketing claim, not a certification, and it does not guarantee the absence of fragrance allergens. The word gentle has no regulatory definition. The packaging can be every shade of soft and still contain compounds that the parent has no way of identifying from the label. Prenatal exposure to endocrine-disrupting compounds is the concern that has received the most research attention in recent years. The developing fetus is more vulnerable to endocrine disruption than the adult, because the endocrine system plays a particularly critical role in fetal development, in the differentiation of reproductive organs, in the development of the brain, in the programming of metabolic systems that will function across a lifetime. Disruption of hormonal signaling during critical developmental windows can produce effects that are not reversible, and that may not become apparent for years or decades after the exposure. The research on prenatal phthalate exposure is the most developed in this area. Several prospective cohort studies that follow women through pregnancy and track their children's development over years, have found associations between urinary phthalate metabolites in pregnant women and outcomes in their children, including altered anogenital distance in male infants, a marker of fetal androgen exposure, behavioral differences, and altered thyroid hormone levels. The National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, NHANES, which provides ongoing data on chemical exposures in the US population, has found phthalate metabolites in the urine of essentially all participants tested, including children. The associations found in prospective cohort studies are associations, not proof of causation. Epidemiology can identify relationships. It cannot by itself establish that one thing caused another. The industry has made use of this limitation in its responses to phthalate research, noting accurately that association is not causation, and that the findings represent concern rather than demonstrated harm. The researchers who produced the findings generally accept this characterization, and while noting that the threshold of evidence required for regulatory action need not be the same as the threshold of evidence required for establishing mechanism in a scientific paper, the precautionary principle exists precisely for situations in which concerning associations have accumulated before causation has been definitively established. The phthalate restriction story in Europe is instructive. The EU restricted DEHP, DBP, and BBP in toys and childcare articles under the REACH regulation beginning in 2005, based on evidence that was described at the time as suggestive but not definitive. The restrictions were precautionary. They were based on the assessment that the risk, if the associations turned out to be causal, was severe enough that erring on the side of caution was justified. In the years since the restrictions were implemented, the research on these compounds has generally confirmed and extended the concerns rather than alleviating them. The precaution turned out to have been warranted. In the United States, phthalate restrictions in children's products came later and more narrowly, primarily through the Consumer Product Safety Improvement Act of 2008, which restricted several phthalates in children's toys and childcare articles but did not extend to the personal care products that children are bathed in, lotioned, and wiped with from birth. The fragrance exemption in personal care products for children remains intact. The baby wash still says fragrance, the baby lotion still says fragrance, and the parents who are trying to make informed choices for the newest and most vulnerable humans in their lives are working, as always, with a label that tells them less than it knows. There is also the question of nursing. Breast milk is the most scrutinized biological sample in the research literature on fragrance compound exposure because it represents both a measure of the mother's body burden and a direct route of exposure for the nursing infant. Synthetic musks, galaxolide and tonalide, have been detected in breast milk samples from women in multiple countries. The concentrations vary widely. In some studies, concentrations are low enough that the calculated infant dose is well below levels that produced effects in animal studies. In others, concentrations are higher. The variability reflects differences in individual exposure history, body composition, and product use patterns. And because the product use data is generally self-reported and fragrance ingredients are generally not disclosed, connecting specific product exposures to specific breast milk concentrations has been methodologically challenging. Nursing organizations and pediatric bodies have generally offered cautious guidance on this topic, acknowledging the findings, recommending reduction of exposure to chemical-laden products where alternatives are available, and noting that the benefits of breastfeeding substantially outweigh the risks associated with the levels of contaminants typically found in breast milk. This is probably the correct public health framing. It does not resolve the underlying question of whether the presence of these compounds in breast milk represents a concern that the regulatory framework should be addressing more aggressively. The children who were born to the first generation of heavy synthetic fragrance users in the 1970s and 1980s are now adults. The long-term outcome data, whether prenatal and early childhood exposure to fragrance compounds, at the concentrations that were typical in those decades has been associated with any measurable health outcomes in those cohorts, is beginning to accumulate in the epidemiological literature. It is early, it is complex, it is confounded by the many other exposures that have changed over the same period. But it is there, and it will continue to accumulate, and it will eventually either confirm the concerns or provide some reassurance, or, the most common outcome in complex toxicology, produce a picture that is more nuanced than either of those and harder to communicate in a clear public health message. In the meantime, the baby washes in the bathroom, the bottle is soft and colourful. The label says gentle and pure and one other word that means everything and nothing simultaneously. The infant in the bath does not know this. The parent bathing the infant does not know this, unless they have sought out the information through the particular effort that a system not designed for transparency requires. And the system will not require anything different until the evidence base and the political conditions and the advocacy pressure reach a combination that makes the cost of maintaining the status quo higher than the cost of changing it. The children in the end are what make the abstract concrete. The phthalate in the formula is a molecule. The association in the cohort study is a statistical relationship. But the infant in the bath is a specific, present, entirely real human being, wearing on its skin a product whose full ingredient list the parent cannot access, because the law says one word is enough. One word is not enough. It has never been enough. That it remains so is the particular ongoing cost of a regulatory framework that was designed for a different chemistry and has not yet fully updated itself for the one that replaced it. There is a particular kind of knowledge that lives in the body rather than the mind. The knowledge of what triggers a headache, what tightens the chest, what produces the specific constellation of symptoms that a person with fragrance sensitivity learns, through long and often frustrated experience, to recognize before it fully arrives. This knowledge is not theoretical. It is the product of pattern recognition accumulated across hundreds or thousands of encounters, refined by the particular education of living in a world that does not always acknowledge that the pattern exists. The immunological knowledge is different but related. The immune system, once sensitized to a compound, carries that sensitization permanently. The T cells that learn to recognize an allergen during the sensitization phase circulate in the bloodstream indefinitely, ready to mount an inflammatory response on subsequent encounter. This is, from an evolutionary perspective, a feature rather than a bug. The immune system's memory is what makes us resistant to diseases we have encountered before, what makes vaccines work, what constitutes the biological basis of adaptive immunity. The same mechanism, applied to a fragrance compound that the immune system has mistakenly classified as a threat, produces a permanent sensitivity that cannot be unlearned and can only be managed through avoidance. The sensitization pathway for fragrance allergens is well understood at the molecular level. A fragrance compound that is capable of acting as a sensitizer, a contact allergen, typically has a chemical structure that allows it to bind covalently to skin proteins, forming what immunologists call a hapten protein conjugate. The immune system encounters this conjugate, recognizes it as foreign, and mounts an adaptive immune response. The specific T-cell clones that respond to the conjugate proliferate and are retained in the immune memory. On subsequent skin contact with the same compound, the memory T-cells are rapidly reactivated, producing the inflammatory cascade of allergic contact dermatitis, the redness, itching, swelling, and sometimes blistering that characterizes the clinical presentation. The sensitizing potential of a compound, its likelihood of initiating this process in people exposed to it, depends on multiple factors: the inherent chemical reactivity of the compound, the concentration at which it is present in the product, the duration and frequency of exposure, the condition of the skin at the site of application, and individual factors including genetic variation in immune response. This multifactorial character of sensitization risk is one reason why the RIFM's compound-by-compound safety assessments, which evaluate compounds individually at specific usage concentrations, may not fully capture the real-world sensitization risk from the combination of multiple compounds across multiple products used repeatedly over years. Occupational fragrance sensitivity deserves specific attention because it illustrates the dose-response relationship between fragrance exposure and sensitization risk in a particularly clear way. Hairdressers are among the occupational groups with the highest rates of fragrance allergy, documented in patch test studies across multiple countries. They are exposed to fragranced hair care products throughout the working day, applying them to clients' hair repeatedly, with direct skin contact to their hands. The concentration and frequency of exposure in a hairdressing salon is substantially higher than in typical domestic use, and the sensitization rates reflect this. Studies have found fragrance allergy in 30 to 40% of hairdressers presenting to dermatology clinics with hand eczema, a rate dramatically higher than the general population prevalence. Similar patterns have been documented in healthcare workers, nurses, physicians, pharmacists, who use fragranced hand sanitizers and personal care products repeatedly throughout a working day, in cleaners who use fragranced cleaning products continuously in occupational settings, and in food production workers who are exposed to fragrance compounds used in flavoring and processing. These occupational data points are valuable precisely because they provide a natural experiment in dose response, higher exposure, higher sensitization rates, with a relationship consistent across multiple occupational groups and multiple countries. The relationship between exposure and sensitization is not hypothetical. It has been documented in the places where exposure is highest. The management of established fragrance sensitivity in clinical practice is fundamentally an exercise in avoidance, which is where the ingredient disclosure question becomes most directly and practically relevant. A dermatologist who has diagnosed a patient with a fragrance allergy through patch testing knows which specific compounds produced a positive reaction. The patient needs to know whether any product they are considering purchasing contains those compounds. In the EU, where the 26 allergens must be listed when present above thresholds, the patient can often make this determination from the label. In the United States, where the label says only fragrance, the patient cannot. The clinical need for disclosure is direct and immediate. It is the difference between a patient being able to avoid their allergen and a patient having no reliable way to do so. Some dermatology practices in the United States have developed workarounds for this limitation. They direct patients to use the EU product formulations, available through online retailers, which must carry the allergen disclosures. They refer patients to databases like the CAMP, Contact Allergen Management Program, maintained by the American Contact Dermatitis Society, which provides lists of products known to be free of specific allergens, based on voluntary manufacturer disclosure. They advise patients to contact manufacturers directly and request ingredient information, a process that some manufacturers accommodate through their customer service channels and others decline. These workarounds are imperfect, labor-intensive, and depend on the will of manufacturers to provide information they are not legally required to provide. They are the clinical consequence of the regulatory gap. The body that has been sensitized to a fragrance compound does not forget. It does not heal in the conventional sense. It accommodates, learns to navigate, builds the particular knowledge of its own reactivity that becomes, over time, a form of practical expertise. The person with established fragrance allergy knows which products they can use and which they cannot, which spaces they can occupy comfortably and which they must leave, which social situations are navigable and which are not. This knowledge is real and hard-won and represents a kind of education that nobody should need to acquire through the repeated experience of symptoms. The regulatory framework that might have prevented the sensitization, that might have allowed the person to know, before developing the allergy, which compounds they were repeatedly exposing themselves to at concentrations that, over time, would train their immune system to respond, but was not in place. The label said, fragrance. The immune system did what immune systems do with what they are given, and the knowledge of what produced the reaction came, as it usually does in this story, after the fact, after the sensitization was established, after the symptoms had accumulated sufficient pattern for the connection to be made, after the body had already learned what it had been taught. This sequence, exposure, sensitization, symptoms, diagnosis, avoidance, is the clinical story of fragrance allergy for millions of people in the United States and elsewhere. It is a story that could, in many cases, have been shorter and less symptomatic if the label had provided the information that would have allowed earlier recognition of the exposure and earlier avoidance of the compounds responsible. The label still does not provide that information for most products in most markets. The sequence continues to unfold, one new sensitization at a time, in dermatology waiting rooms that are not turquoise-chaired from the 50s, but that carry their own particular atmosphere of conditions that arrived before their causes were named. There is something that this story has not yet addressed, and that it would be dishonest to leave unaddressed, which is the experience of fragrance itself, not the chemistry, not the regulation. The experience, what it is like to smell something that matters to you, something that carries a particular weight of memory or emotion, something that arrives in the olfactory system and goes directly, without the mediation of language or conscious thought, to somewhere very particular inside you. The olfactory system is the oldest sensory system in the mammalian brain. It evolved early, before the elaborate cortical structures that handle language and abstract reasoning and the deliberate construction of meaning. It connects directly, more directly than any other sense, to the amygdala and the hippocampus, the brain regions most associated with emotional memory and the consolidation of experience. This is why smell is the sense most powerfully associated with involuntary memory. The Proustian recall that is not a literary conceit, but a description of a genuine neurological pathway. A smell can return you to a specific room in a specific year with a vividness that visual memory cannot quite replicate and that language cannot fully capture. The smell of a particular perfume can be your grandmother. It can be the summer you were 17 and everything felt possible. It can be the specific quality of a morning in a city you loved, a morning that is gone and that the scent recovers in fragments. The warmth, the quality of the light, the feeling of being in a place where you were, briefly and genuinely happy. This is real. This is what fragrance does, and it is not incidental, and it is not reducible to chemistry, even when chemistry is what produces it. The people who have studied fragrance and found concerns are not in general arguing that fragrance should be eliminated. They are arguing that it should be transparent, that the experience of wearing perfume should not require an act of regulatory trust in a system that has not always earned it. That the grandmother's perfume should be able to come with a label that says what it contains, so that the person who wears it in her memory can know what she is carrying, in the biochemical as well as the sentimental sense. There is a version of this argument that is entirely practical. People with allergies and sensitivities need ingredient information to make choices that don't affect their health. People with documented reactions to specific compounds need to know which products to avoid. These are straightforward medical needs, and the regulatory failure to meet them has real costs in dermatology clinics, in productivity lost to migraine, in the accumulated daily friction of managing a sensitivity in a world that has not designed itself to accommodate it. But there is also a version of the argument that is harder to express in regulatory language. It is the argument that people have a right to know what they are choosing, not because of a specific harm that can be quantified, but because the relationship between a person and what they put on their body is intimate in a way that deserves more than one word of explanation. The perfume touches the skin. It enters the bloodstream in small quantities. It is breathed repeatedly from the morning application through the day. The body does not distinguish between what it has consciously chosen and what has been added without disclosure. The chemistry is indifferent to the silence of the label. Fragrance, as an experience, is one of the few sensory pleasures that most people access every single day, often without thinking about it. The soap in the shower, the candle on the table, the detergent in the drawer of clean clothes, the perfume on the wrist. These are small pleasures, ordinary pleasures, but they are real. They contribute something genuine to the texture of daily life, to the sense of comfort and self-expression that morning rituals provide. Knowing what is in them does not diminish this. It enhances it, in the way that knowing the history of what you are eating enhances rather than diminishes the experience of a meal. Understanding is not the enemy of pleasure. Ignorance is not a prerequisite for enjoyment. The women who chose fragrance-free do not, in the accounts they give of that choice, describe it primarily as a deprivation. They describe it as a clarification, as a removal of something they had been consuming without examining, followed by a reconfiguration of the sensory landscape that was, in some cases, revelatory. The world without synthetic fragrance, they describe, is quieter. Not actually quieter, but less chemically insistent, more naturally scented, more clearly connected to the smells that belong to things themselves rather than to the compounds added to them. Some of them have returned to natural fragrance, essential oils, natural perfumes, the kind made from jasmine absolute and rose otto and things that come from identifiable plants in identifiable places. Some have not. Some find that they no longer miss the fragrance products they used for years, the way you do not miss something that you had habituated to rather than chosen. Some find that they miss specific things acutely, a particular soap, a particular perfume, and that the missing is bound up with everything the scent carries, the memory it holds, the person they were when they wore it. This is the texture of the fragrance question as it is actually lived, by actual people, in the actual morning that begins with the alarm in the bathroom and the particular sequence of small choices that constitute a day. The chemistry is real, the concerns are real, the regulation is imperfect, the label is inadequate, and the scent is also real, and it carries real things, memory and comfort and the specific pleasure of something that smells right. And none of those things are in conflict with wanting to know what the bottle contains. The bottle can be beautiful and disclosing. The perfume can smell like your grandmother and not hide what produces the smell. The morning can include scent and include knowledge, without the one requiring the sacrifice of the other. This is the simplest version of what the advocacy for fragrance transparency is asking for, stripped of its regulatory complexity and its toxicological detail. It is asking for the bottle to say what it contains, in the way that a bag of flour says what it contains, in the way that a bottle of wine lists its provenance, in the way that most things that enter the body come with some kind of accounting. One word, still there, and underneath it, 3,000 things unnamed, and somewhere on a dressing table, a bottle that is waiting with perfect patience for the day the label catches up with what is inside it. History accumulates in the corners of subjects like this. The small facts, the unexpected findings, the data points that sit at the intersection of commerce and chemistry and human behaviour in ways that resist the neat summary. Here are some of them, offered not as a list to remember but as texture, the kind of peripheral detail that fills in the picture of a world you already know more about than you did at the beginning of this story. The synthetic compound galaxolide, the most widely used fragrance musk in the world, was first synthesized in 1965 by researchers at International Flavors and Fragrances, and has been used in fragrance formulas continuously for 60 years, making it one of the most prolonged large-scale chemical exposures in consumer product history. It has been detected in the Rhine River in Germany, in Lake Ontario in Canada, and in the Arctic Ocean, carried there by rivers, ocean currents, and the atmospheric deposition of compounds released from consumer products in use across the Northern Hemisphere. The fragrance-free hospital movement began not with concerns about patient health, but with concerns about occupational health, specifically with documented cases of nurses developing occupational asthma attributed to fragrance products used in clinical settings. The epidemiological literature on healthcare worker respiratory conditions in the 1980s and 1990s provided the initial evidence base for fragrance-free policies in clinical environments, with patient protection becoming an additional rationale as the policies developed. Oak moss, the Lichen Evernia prunastri, harvested from oak trees in the forests of the former Yugoslavia, primarily in what is now Slovenia and Croatia, and in Morocco, is one of the most historically significant fragrance materials in the world, the foundational material of the Chypre Accord that is the basis of a significant proportion of classic French perfumery. It is also one of the most potent fragrance allergens identified by dermatologists. The IFRA restriction on oak moss, progressively tightened over several decades as the sensitization data accumulated, has effectively driven the reformulation of hundreds of classic perfumes, including many that had been unchanged for decades, and has fundamentally altered what a traditional Chypre perfume can legally contain. The most common fragrance allergen in North America, according to North American patch test data, is not a synthetic compound but a natural one, Fragrance Mix 1, the standardized test preparation, which includes eugenol, found in cloves and cinnamon, isoeugenol, cinnamel, hydroxycitronellol, and 3 other compounds, produces positive reactions in a substantial proportion of the patients tested, confirming that the natural-synthetic distinction is not a reliable guide to allergenicity. The concentration of fragrance in a product varies enormously across product categories. A traditional eau de parfum typically contains between 15 and 20% fragrance compounds by volume. An eau de toilette typically contains 10 to 15%. A cologne, eau de cologne, contains 2 to 5%. A body lotion may contain as little as 0.5% fragrance, a shampoo perhaps 0.3%, a laundry detergent between 0.2 and 2%. Despite these lower concentrations in functional products, the larger surface area of skin exposure and the extended duration of contact, particularly for products left on fabric or skin, means that total daily fragrance compound exposure from functional products may exceed that from fine fragrance. Limonene, found in citrus peel, and one of the most common fragrance compounds in the world, is also the most common cause of contact allergy from fragrance among people whose primary fragrance exposure is from household cleaning products, rather than personal care products. It appears at high concentrations in citrus-scented cleaning products, dish soaps, and surface sprays, and is among the compounds most commonly identified in independent laboratory testing of products that list only fragrance on their labels. The perfume organ, the traditional workstation of a master perfumer, a curved desk with hundreds of individual fragrance materials arranged in front of the perfumer like the stops of a pipe organ, was one of the defining images of the classic French perfume house. The contemporary perfumer's workstation is often supplemented or replaced by computational fragrance design tools, software that allows the modelling of olfactory effects, the prediction of compound interactions, and the rapid screening of candidate formulas before physical samples are prepared. Artificial intelligence fragrance design, using machine learning models trained on olfactory preference data, has produced commercially released fragrances and is an active area of development in the major ingredient supplier companies. The smell of clean laundry, the specific olfactory experience associated with freshly washed clothes, is almost entirely a synthetic creation. Before synthetic musks and synthetic fragrance compounds were incorporated into laundry products, clean laundry smelled primarily of nothing, or of the faint mineral smell of water and the slight starchiness of cotton fibres. The association of clean with a specific scent profile, the warm, slightly powdery, musk-tinged smell of fabric softener, is a cultural construction produced by decades of product marketing and fragrance engineering. The smell is designed. The association of that smell with cleanliness is learned. And the chemistry that produces both is, as always, not on the label. The EU's Scientific Committee on Consumer Safety, SCCS, has published opinions identifying approximately 56 additional fragrance allergens beyond the original 26 that it considers warrant mandatory disclosure based on the current scientific literature. The process of formally adding these compounds to the mandatory disclosure list is ongoing. When complete, the disclosure requirements for fragranced products in the EU will be considerably more comprehensive than at any previous point, representing a genuine expansion of consumer information access that will drive further reformulation across the global market. The Indian perfumery tradition, known as Attar or Attar, has produced highly concentrated alcohol-free fragrance oils from natural botanical materials for thousands of years. The traditional distillation process, using copper stills called degs, produces attars of extraordinary complexity and longevity, materials that are at the high end of the natural fragrance palette, and that have maintained continuous commercial production through the city of Kanuj in Uttar Pradesh, known as the Paris of the East for its historic importance in the Indian fragrance trade. The Attar tradition predates synthetic perfumery by centuries and has operated in a context of ingredient disclosure by default. The materials are known, named, and traditionally associated with their botanical sources, without need for any regulatory requirement to make them so. The fragrance half-life of a well-formulated modern perfume on skin is typically 4 to 8 hours, while on fabric it can extend to days or weeks. This difference reflects the role of fabric as a matrix that slows volatilization, the same property that makes scented sachets effective in drawers and scented candles effective in rooms. The fragments of fragrance that persist on unwashed fabric items worn repeatedly, on pillows and sheets laundered less frequently than daily, on coats and jackets that accumulate fragrance from multiple uses between cleaning, constitute a continuous low-level exposure that is never captured in the exposure assessments typically used for fragrance safety evaluation, which focus on the concentration and duration of the primary application. The olfactory system's adaptation to continuous exposure, the mechanism by which you stop noticing a smell that is constantly present, is not simply an alteration of perception. It involves actual changes in the sensitivity of olfactory receptor cells and in the processing of olfactory signals in the brain. The adaptation is specific. You stop noticing the smell you're continuously exposed to while remaining fully sensitive to novel smells. This is why a person who wears the same perfume daily often does not know how strongly it can be perceived by others who are not similarly adapted. The social dimension of fragrance exposure, the difference between how a fragrance smells to the wearer and how it smells to everyone else in the room, is an ongoing source of the workplace and social negotiation that the fragrance-free movement is partly a response to. All of this, the synthetic musks in the Arctic Ocean, the allergen in the citrus cleaner, the Attar distilleries of Kanuj, The half-life of a perfume on a pillowcase, the olfactory adaptation that makes the wearer the last to know, is part of the story of what the word fragrance on a label does not say. The word is doing a great deal of work. More work than most people realize. And the quiet accumulation of the knowledge of what that work consists of is what this story has been, in its long and unhurried way, doing. There is a particular kind of public negotiation that happens around fragrance in enclosed spaces that most people have experienced, but few have thought about systematically. The colleague whose perfume arrives at the office before they do, the elevator that smells, after someone's exit, of laundry detergent or aftershave, the meeting room where someone is wearing something that, to most people, is pleasant background texture, and to one person seated at the table is the beginning of a migraine, the airplane cabin where the passenger 3 rows forward spritzed their neck in the airport bathroom 20 minutes ago, and the scent has travelled through the recycled air to someone who will spend the flight with an antihistamine and a headache. Fragrance-free workplace policies, formal institutional policies that ask employees not to wear fragrance products to work, have existed in hospitals, clinics, universities, and some private businesses since the 1990s. They are more common in healthcare settings, where the concern is both for patients with chemical sensitivities and for the general principle that medical environments should not introduce unnecessary chemical variables into the already complex chemistry of sick people. The Cleveland Clinic implemented a fragrance-free policy for all employees. Many cancer treatment centers have fragrance-free floors or wings, recognizing that the chemotherapy patients receiving treatment there are particularly vulnerable to olfactory triggers and chemical sensitivities. The legal framework around fragrance-free workplace accommodations is complex. In the United States, an employee with a documented medical condition, fragrance sensitivity, asthma with documented fragrance triggers, migraines with documented fragrance triggers, may be entitled to a reasonable accommodation under the Americans with Disabilities Act (ADA). What constitutes a reasonable accommodation in this context has been the subject of workplace disputes and, in some cases, litigation. An employer can be asked to implement a fragrance-free policy in a particular work area. They can be asked to relocate an employee away from a fragrance source. They cannot generally require another employee to refrain entirely from using personal hygiene products that happen to contain fragrance, because that would constitute an imposition on the other employee's personal choices that courts have generally found to exceed the scope of reasonable accommodation. The tension here is between two real interests. The person with fragrance sensitivity has a genuine documented medical need to avoid triggers that cause them symptoms. The person whose perfume is the trigger has a personal practice, often long-standing, often connected to identity and self-expression, that they are being asked to modify or abandon for someone else's benefit. Neither of these positions is unreasonable in itself. The difficulty is that the regulatory system has not provided the tools that might make the negotiation easier. Specifically, the ingredient disclosure that would allow a sensitive person to identify which compounds are their triggers, and the reformulation options that might allow the fragrant person to choose alternatives that do not contain those specific compounds. The healthcare fragrance-free movement is worth examining in more detail. Hospitals began implementing fragrance-free policies in the 1990s, following reports from allergy and immunology departments that a significant proportion of patients experienced adverse reactions to fragrances in the healthcare environment, reactions that complicated clinical assessment. A respiratory symptom produced by a nurse's perfume looks, briefly, like a respiratory symptom of a different origin, and that caused unnecessary distress in people who were already in a medically vulnerable state. The policies have generally been implemented successfully, with some initial resistance from staff that typically diminishes once the policy rationale is understood and the majority of staff comply. Universities have been the second major sector for fragrance-free policies, driven partly by the same disability accommodation logic, and partly by the fact that university student populations include a meaningful proportion of people with documented allergies, asthma, and chemical sensitivities. Several major American universities, Duke, University of Michigan, University of Rochester, have implemented fragrance-free policies for some spaces, or recommend fragrance-free practices in their accommodation guidelines. The policies are voluntary in the sense that they cannot be enforced against individual choice, but they represent an institutional statement about whose comfort is being prioritized in shared spaces. The broader public fragrance question, in restaurants, in public transport, in concert halls, in the cinema, is largely unaddressed by any formal policy framework. It exists as a social negotiation, conducted without explicit rules, that generally resolves in favour of the fragrant majority. The person in the adjacent theatre seat wearing something that smells, to them, pleasantly subtle, has no way of knowing that it is producing a headache in the person seated to their left, because the person to their left has not said anything, because saying something would constitute a social imposition that feels worse than the headache. This dynamic, the invisible cost of a chemical exposure, borne silently by the person experiencing it, rather than addressed by the person causing it, runs through the fragrance sensitivity experience in public space with a consistency that is exhausting rather than dramatic. Australia has taken perhaps the most systematic approach to workplace fragrance policy among comparable countries. Occupational health guidelines from Safe Work Australia address chemical sensitivity in workplace environments and include fragrance as a relevant exposure. Some Australian local governments have implemented fragrance-free procurement policies for cleaning and maintenance products used in public buildings, an approach that addresses the institutional rather than individual dimensions of fragrance exposure without requiring anything of individual workers. The fragrance-free movement in workplaces is also, it is worth noting, a disability rights story. The people who most urgently need fragrance-free spaces, people with documented multiple chemical sensitivity, severe migraine triggered by fragrance, reactive airway disease with fragrance as a trigger, are disproportionately people who have spent years navigating a world that was not designed with their needs in mind, who have developed both detailed personal knowledge of their triggers and significant fatigue from the constant effort of navigating spaces that trigger them. The fragrance-free policy is, for these people, not a luxury preference but an access accommodation, the thing that makes a shared space usable rather than actively harmful. The social resistance to fragrance-free policies often comes from a place of not believing, or not fully believing, that fragrance exposure can produce the effects that sensitive people describe. This skepticism is understandable in a cultural context in which fragrance is so normalized that it barely registers as a chemical intervention. The person who has never experienced a fragrance-induced migraine has no experiential reference point for the proposition that someone else's perfume could send them home from work. The asymmetry of experience is one of the things that makes fragrance sensitivity difficult to accommodate socially. It requires taking seriously a claim about an invisible harm that the claimant experiences intensely and the observer cannot independently verify. The research literature, the dermatology clinics, the patch test results, and the population surveys all confirm that the claim is real. The institutional policies that have responded to it are reasonable and, in the settings where they have been implemented, generally effective. The broader cultural shift toward taking the claims seriously is slower, because cultural shifts are always slower than the evidence that prompts them. But it is happening, at the pace at which these things happen. One fragrance-free policy at a time, one disability accommodation at a time, one silent headache acknowledged and addressed rather than silently borne. The air between people is a shared space. What each person puts into it, through their skin, their clothes, their hair, the fabric softener in their laundry, affects the other people who breathe it. This is not a reason to require everyone to stop using fragrance. It is a reason to take seriously the effects on the people who share that air, and to support the institutional and regulatory conditions that make it easier for those effects to be acknowledged and addressed. The office still smells of someone's arrival. The elevator still carries the ghost of a fragrance into the empty car. And somewhere in the meeting room, someone is quietly, without making a scene, taking the antihistamine they brought because they knew the headache was coming. The meeting goes on, the air holds what it holds, and the people breathing it manage, as they always have, with the particular economy of accommodation and silence that public fragrance has always required. The practical question of what to do with this information, the information about phthalates and synthetic musks and allergens and the regulatory gap, is one that every person who has followed this story to this point will answer differently, based on their own circumstances, their own sensitivities, their own priorities, and their own relationship to the products and pleasures involved. There is no single correct answer that this story is building toward. There is no recommended course of action that the chemistry makes inevitable. The information is offered because it exists, because the law has not offered it, and because the decision about what to do with it belongs to the person who now has it. Some people will read the evidence on phthalates and decide that the current regulatory position, that DEP at fragrance usage concentrations represents an acceptable risk, is a reasonable one, and that they will continue using products that contain it without modification. This is a reasonable position. The evidence on DEP is genuinely less alarming than the evidence on its close relatives DBP and DEHP, and the regulatory agencies that have reviewed it have not found it to constitute an unacceptable risk. Reasonable, informed people can hold this position and apply their body lotion in the morning without guilt. Some people will read the same evidence and decide that the uncertainty itself is sufficient reason to seek out phthalate-free alternatives where they are available at a comparable price and quality. This is also a reasonable position. The precautionary principle, the idea that when there is genuine uncertainty about a compound's safety profile, reducing exposure is a sensible response to that uncertainty, is a defensible logic for personal decision-making, even in cases where the regulatory threshold for mandatory action has not been reached. Both positions are coherent. Both are honest engagements with the evidence. The difference is in how the individual weighs uncertainty against pleasure and convenience, which is a personal calculation that no regulatory framework and no piece of writing can make on anyone's behalf. For people with documented fragrance allergies, for whom the practical information is most urgent, the path is clearer if not simpler. The compounds identified through patch testing as sensitizers for an individual are the ones to avoid. The tools for finding products free of those compounds, the CAMP database, the EU market product formulations, the manufacturers who provide full disclosure voluntarily, are the practical resources. The dermatologist who performed the patch testing is the professional resource. The information in this script is background context for a situation that has its own more specific clinical tools. For people without documented sensitivities who are simply curious about what they have been applying to their skin, the practical response might be as simple as a single experiment, choosing one product in the daily routine and replacing it for a period of weeks with a fragrance-free alternative and noticing whether anything changes. Not a scientific experiment. There are no controls, no blinding, no baseline measurements of anything. Simply the kind of practical inquiry that a curious person can conduct in their own life, with their own body as the source of information. The result, whatever it is, will be more relevant to that individual than any population study. For parents of young children, the question of fragrance in baby and child products may feel more urgent, precisely because children cannot make choices for themselves and because the developmental vulnerability that makes prenatal and early childhood exposure to endocrine-disrupting compounds concerning is real. The practical response here is the one that pediatricians who have engaged with the evidence have generally offered. The precautionary choice of fragrance-free baby products, available from multiple manufacturers at comparable prices to their fragranced equivalents, is a sensible default for the parent who wishes to reduce their infant's chemical exposure without sacrifice of cleaning efficacy or skin protection. The fragrance in a baby wash is not doing any cleaning. It is there for the parent, not the baby, and removing it removes nothing essential from the product's functional purpose. These are specific responses to specific circumstances. The broader response, the one that does not depend on individual health history or parental status or any particular concern, is simply awareness. The awareness that the word fragrance on a label is doing more work than it appears to be doing. The awareness that the regulatory framework that put it there has been in place since 1966 and is only now beginning to change. The awareness that the change is coming, however slowly, and that its arrival will make the daily choices of millions of people slightly more informed than they currently are. That awareness, held lightly, without alarm, simply as context for the world you're already living in, is what this story has been offering. The offering is modest. It is not a solution to the information gap. It does not close the regulatory failure or reform the industry, or change what is on the label tonight when you pick up the bottle in the morning. What it does is add a layer of understanding to the experience, the understanding that the bottle is more complex than its label suggests, that the complexity has a history, that the history has been contested and continues to be contested, and that the outcome of the contest will eventually change what the label says. That is the full extent of what knowledge of this kind can do, which is perhaps less than some people want from it, and more than it might first appear. The scent is still there, the morning will still come, and the choice, to wear perfume, To choose fragrance-free, to look more carefully at what the label says and doesn't say, to put the question aside entirely and simply enjoy the smell of something pleasant, is yours, made with whatever combination of information and preference and convenience and feeling that you bring to it. That is how most of the choices of a daily life are made. This is one of them, now made with somewhat more information than it was before. What you do with the information is the next part of the story, and it is the only part that belongs entirely to you. The Modernization of Cosmetics Regulation Act, signed into law in the United States in December 2022, is the most significant update to the regulatory framework for cosmetics and personal care products since the 1938 FD&C Act that started this story. It gives the FDA new authorities, the ability to require safety substantiation for cosmetic ingredients, the ability to mandate recalls of unsafe products, enhanced reporting requirements for serious adverse events, and a requirement that manufacturers register their facilities and products with the FDA. These are genuinely meaningful changes to a regulatory framework that had operated with significantly less FDA authority than the equivalent frameworks for food and drugs. On fragrance specifically, the Act includes a provision requiring disclosure of fragrance allergens on labels when those allergens are present above certain concentration thresholds. The FDA was required to develop a list of fragrance allergens subject to this disclosure requirement, drawing on existing international standards, including the EU's list of 26 allergens, and on the scientific literature. The rulemaking process for this provision is ongoing, as of the most recent public reporting. The timeline for implementation has been subject to the usual regulatory delays, but the provision exists in federal law for the first time. This is progress. It is also limited progress, in the specific sense that allergen disclosure is not the same as full ingredient disclosure. Knowing that a product contains linalool above a certain threshold tells the person who has tested positive for linalool sensitivity what they need to know. It does not tell the average person what the product contains, the phthalates, the synthetic musks, the UV stabilizers, and it does not change the fundamental architecture of the trade secret exemption for fragrance more broadly. The door has opened a small amount. The room behind it is still largely dark. The clean beauty movement, a consumer and industry category that emerged primarily in the 2000s and that has been driven substantially by social media, by retailer curation, particularly at Sephora and Ulta, which have developed clean beauty certification systems, and by a generation of consumers more accustomed to scrutinizing product ingredients than their predecessors, has had a measurable effect on the market. Brands that provide fuller disclosure have gained market share. Brands that have reformulated away from phthalates, certain parabens and synthetic fragrances have found receptive audiences. The clean beauty category, whatever its scientific coherence, and it is variable, has demonstrated that there is consumer demand for transparency that the market is willing to pay for. The clean beauty retailers have developed their own restricted substance lists. Sephora's Clean at Sephora designation, Credo's Dirty List, Beauty Counter's Never List, that go beyond what federal regulation requires. These are private standards, not public ones, and they vary in rigor and scientific grounding. Some of the restrictions on clean beauty lists are well grounded in the toxicology. Others reflect the precautionary logic of avoiding anything that has been associated with concern, regardless of the strength of the evidence. The scientific community's response to clean beauty has been mixed. Appreciation for the transparency push, alongside concern that the clean, dirty framing oversimplifies complex toxicology in ways that can mislead consumers and stigmatize ingredients that are not actually problematic. The fragrance transparency startups that have emerged in the past decade represent a market response to the regulatory gap. Companies like Deadcool, Ellis Brooklyn, and a number of niche perfume houses publish their ingredient lists in full, often on their websites, sometimes on their packaging, always available to the customer who asks. Some fragrance ingredient suppliers, including Givaudan, have introduced transparency programs that allow brands using their ingredients to publish more detailed disclosure. These are voluntary and market-driven, but they represent a meaningful shift in what is considered normal practice in the industry, at least at the premium end of the market. The European regulatory trajectory continues to be the leading indicator of where the US market is likely to follow, eventually. The EU's restriction of Lilial, the increasing scrutiny of Galaxolide, the expansion of the fragrance allergen disclosure list, the REACH authorization requirements for compounds of very high concern, These represent a progressive tightening of the conditions under which fragrance compounds can be used in European products that has no direct US equivalent. American companies that sell in the EU must comply with EU standards for EU market products. Many of them have found it more efficient to reformulate for the more restrictive standard globally, rather than maintaining separate formulas for different markets. The regulatory pressure from Europe has, through this mechanism, had some effect on the US market even without equivalent US regulatory action. Consumer testing has become more accessible. Services that allow individuals to test personal care products for specific compounds, phthalates, heavy metals, parabens, specific fragrance allergens have appeared online. HealthyStuff.org, operated by the Ecology Centre, has tested thousands of consumer products. The Environmental Working Group's Skin Deep database allows consumers to search products and see the ingredients that have been disclosed and the concerns associated with those ingredients based on the scientific literature. These are imperfect tools. They can only assess what is disclosed, which in the case of fragrance is limited, but they represent a democratization of information that was previously accessible only to researchers and regulatory insiders. The advocacy landscape has also evolved. Women's Voices for the Earth, a Montana-based environmental health organization, has focused specifically on the fragrance disclosure issue for more than a decade, conducting laboratory testing, publishing reports on specific product categories, and advocating for regulatory reform. The Environmental Working Group has maintained fragrance as a priority area in its cosmetic safety work. These organizations, working alongside academic researchers and dermatology professional bodies, have built the evidentiary and political foundation that made provisions like the allergen disclosure requirement in the 2022 Act possible. The pace of change is slow by the standards of the health concerns it is addressing. It is faster than it has been. The arc, if you trace it from 1966 through 1990, through 2010 through 2022, bends in the direction that the advocates have been describing for 50 years, toward more disclosure, more regulatory authority, more scrutiny of the trade secret exemption, as it applies to individual health. The arc does not bend as quickly as the chemistry has moved, or as quickly as the health burden has accumulated, but it is moving. What might complete the movement? What might result in a regulatory framework that requires the kind of full ingredient disclosure that would genuinely close the information gap? Is the combination of the research literature with the political conditions that make action possible. The research is there. It has been accumulating for decades. The question is whether the political conditions, the congressional attention, the FDA priority setting, the industry calculation that the cost of continuing to fight disclosure is higher than the cost of compliance, will align in the way they need to for comprehensive change to happen. These alignments are not predictable. They happen when they happen, sometimes driven by a specific incident that crystallizes public concern in ways that the accumulated evidence could not, sometimes driven by the persistence of advocates who have been making the same argument in the same rooms for years until the political conditions change around them. The fragrance disclosure story is waiting for its moment. The evidence is ready. The advocates are ready. The regulatory authority, with the 2022 Act, is more ready than it has ever been. The moment will come. The label will change. Eventually the label will change, and when it does, the woman standing in the waiting room in 1958, the turquoise vinyl chairs, the floor wax and damp wool, the fountain pen crossing the prescription pad, will be able to look at the bottle she is carrying and know exactly what is inside it. Not what it smells like, what it is. The two things have been separated for a very long time. They were never meant to be separated, and the closing of that gap when it comes will be a very ordinary thing that turns out to have mattered in ways that are quiet and numerous, and to most people entirely invisible, which is precisely the way that most important changes arrive. There is a tempo to regulatory change that does not match the tempo of the chemistry it governs, and the gap between these two tempos is where the lived experience of the fragrance story unfolds, not in laboratories or legislative chambers, but in the long middle distance between the research finding and the policy response, in the years during which the finding is real and the response has not yet arrived. The women who developed fragrance allergies in the 1970s and 1980s did so in a period when the science was emerging and the regulation was static. The regulatory movement toward allergen disclosure that would eventually produce the EU's requirements was decades away. The clinical knowledge, in dermatology practices, in patch test results, in published case reports, accumulated while the label remained unchanged. The history of American consumer product regulation has several templates for how regulatory change of this kind eventually happens, and they share certain features regardless of the specific industry or product involved. The first feature is the accumulation of evidence, not a single decisive study, but a progressive layering of research findings from multiple sources and methodologies that produces over time a scientific consensus that is no longer easy to dismiss. The second feature is the emergence of a visible harm story, a specific case or a specific population or a specific product that becomes the focal point for public attention in a way that converts the abstract research finding into a human narrative. The third feature is the convergence of advocacy, research, and political opportunity, the alignment of these three elements at a moment when the political cost of inaction exceeds the political cost of acting. The fragrance disclosure story has the first feature thoroughly in hand. The evidence base is substantial, multidisciplinary, and continuing to grow. The research on phthalates and endocrine disruption, on synthetic musk bioaccumulation, on fragrance allergens and sensitization, on indoor air chemistry and VOC emissions from fragrance products. This body of research is not contested in the ways that the early research on tobacco or opioids was contested. The fundamental findings have been replicated across laboratories, across countries, across methodologies. The science is not the limiting factor. The second feature, the visible harm story, is present but diffuse. Unlike the Sulfonamide Disaster of 1937, which killed 107 people in a short time frame, in a way that was immediately attributable to a specific product, the harms associated with fragrance exposure are chronic, accumulated, multifactorial, and distributed across a population in a way that produces no single vivid incident to crystallize public concern. A person who develops a fragrance allergy after years of exposure to unidentified sensitizers does not constitute a news story. A population study showing elevated phthalate metabolites in people who use more fragrance products is not a news story. The harm is real, but it is structured in a way that makes it difficult to represent as the kind of urgent attributable emergency that historically triggers rapid regulatory action. The third feature, the convergence of advocacy, research, and political opportunity, is where the current moment sits. The advocacy organizations have been building the case for decades. The research community has produced the evidence. The political opportunity, with the modernization of Cosmetics Regulation Act of 2022 and its allergen disclosure provision, is more present than it has been at any point in the history of this issue. The FDA has the authority for the first time to require something approaching meaningful fragrance disclosure. The question is whether the rulemaking will result in requirements that are substantive, that actually close a meaningful portion of the information gap, or whether they will be sufficiently limited in scope that the fundamental architecture of the trade secret exemption remains intact. The industry, for its part, has shifted its posture somewhat. The most sophisticated large brands are no longer defending the trade secret exemption in its most absolutist form. They are engaging with transparency initiatives, providing voluntary disclosures on their websites, participating in industry-wide programs that provide some ingredient information. This engagement is partly a response to consumer pressure. The clean beauty movement has demonstrated that there is a market for transparency, and the brands that have provided it have gained market share. It is partly a response to regulatory inevitability. The EU requirements have been implemented, and adapting globally is more efficient than maintaining separate US formulations that contain undisclosed compounds banned in other markets. The fragrance transparency landscape of 2026 looks different from the landscape of 2016 or 2006. There are more voluntary disclosures. There are more independent databases where consumers can find ingredient information for specific products. There are more retailers with clean beauty certification programs that include fragrance transparency requirements. There are more small and mid-sized brands that have committed to full disclosure as a core business practice. The change is real, even though the regulatory baseline has not yet moved to require it comprehensively. What the regulatory baseline change would add, that voluntary measures cannot provide, is universality and enforceability. A voluntary disclosure program works for consumers who seek out brands that participate in it. A mandatory disclosure requirement works for consumers who pick up any product from any shelf and read the label. The gap between these two propositions is the gap between a market that has responded to consumer demand for transparency and a regulatory framework that has updated to reflect what consumers are entitled to know, regardless of whether they have the sophistication and time to seek out the brands that voluntarily provide it. The consumer who is not seeking out clean beauty brands, who buys the drugstore shampoo and the standard laundry detergent and the body spray that was on sale, is the consumer for whom the regulatory baseline matters most. The voluntarily transparent brands are, by and large, premium products that serve consumers who have both the financial means to seek out cleaner options and the motivation to do so. The mass market, which is the primary market, operates under the trade secret exemption with essentially no modification since 1966. The regulatory change that would protect the most people is precisely the one that the industry has the most financial incentive to resist. This is not a new dynamic. It is the dynamic of every consumer protection regulatory debate in the history of American product safety law. The regulated industry opposes the requirements that would cost it money. The advocates push for requirements that would protect consumers. The regulatory agency navigates between them, constrained by its statutory authority, its budget, its political environment, and its assessment of what the science supports. The outcome is usually some version of a compromise, requirements more substantive than the industry preferred and less comprehensive than the advocates sought, arriving later than the research would have suggested was optimal. The fragrance disclosure story will resolve in that space, on that timeline, at that tempo. The research will continue to accumulate. The EU requirements will continue to influence global formulations. The advocacy will continue. The rulemaking will proceed. The label will change, not tomorrow, not in a single dramatic moment of regulatory transformation, but in the particular, incremental, frustratingly slow way that labels in the United States have always changed when the information they carried became legally required rather than voluntarily offered. The tempo of this change is measured in decades rather than years. The people who have been working on this issue since the 1980s and 1990s have seen the landscape shift considerably from the absolute defense of the trade secret exemption to the current moment of partial voluntary disclosure, EU-driven reformulation, and pending FDA rulemaking. They have also seen how much remains unchanged. The patience required is the patience of people who believe the direction is right and who have learned, from experience, that the distance to the destination is longer than it looks from anywhere short of the end. The waiting room again, the turquoise chairs, the clock, the magazines with their covers soft at the corners. The doctor will see you now eventually. The label will say something different, eventually. The morning will come when you can read what is in the bottle, and the reading will be an ordinary thing, unremarkable in the way that reading the ingredient list on a jar of pasta sauce is unremarkable. Simply information, available, about what you are consuming. That morning is coming. The distance to it is real, and the patience required to cover that distance is real. But the direction has not changed, and the direction is the important thing. Thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. It really helps us keep making more content. See you in the next one. The waiting room is quiet now. The turquoise vinyl chairs hold their particular colour in the low light. The magazines on the side table are exactly where they were. 3 months old, their covers slightly soft at the corners from being picked up and put down again by hands that were waiting for something. The receptionist behind the frosted glass partition has finished for the day. The fountain pen is capped. The prescription pads are stacked in the drawer. Outside on the street, the afternoon has settled into early evening, and the particular slant of the light through the waiting room windows makes the floor wax smell less sharp, and the room feel somewhat larger than it did. The amber bottle is still on the dressing table at home. The perfume is still in it. The morning will come again and the ritual will proceed, and the wrist will be touched twice with the glass stopper. These things are not going to change today. They may change gradually, over the years that the label takes to catch up with what it contains. They may not change at all. Both possibilities are held here in the quiet, with the same equanimity. The equanimity of knowing a story all the way to its current end, and knowing that the current end is not the final one. What changed tonight is small. A little knowledge, held lightly. 4 things to look for on a label. an understanding of why the label says what it says and what it does not say, and why the gap between those two things has the particular shape and history that it does. This is not a dramatic knowledge. It does not require anything of you immediately. It simply lives in you now, available for the moments when it is useful, which may be many moments, or few, or none that feel significant. The usefulness of a knowledge is not always legible in advance. The woman in 1958 is leaving the waiting room. She pushes through the glass door onto the street. The perfume goes with her, invisible, unnamed, settling into the fabric of the coat she pulls around herself against the evening. She does not know what is in it. Nobody does. The law has not asked and the industry has not said, and the research that would eventually ask both questions has not yet begun. She walks home through the lit streets, and the perfume goes with her, and the evening closes behind her like a door. The evening here closes more gently. The room is cooler now. The light has changed from the particular gold of late afternoon to something softer, less directed, the kind of light that asks nothing and offers a simple quality of rest. The clock on the waiting room wall has been stopped at the same time since 1966. It will move again, eventually. Clocks in waiting rooms always do, eventually. The waiting ends. The door opens. The label changes. For now, there is only this, the breath slowing, the body settling, the particular comfort of being horizontal, somewhere warm while the outside world does what it does, without requiring your participation. The story is told. The information is in you. The perfume, wherever it is tonight, smells like whatever it smells like. Something good, something remembered, something that belongs entirely to you and your own private archive of mornings. Let it settle. Let the chemistry of the day dissolve back into whatever the night makes of things. The dressing table will be there in the morning. The bottle will be there. Everything will be there. Rest now. The waiting room is empty. The light is very soft. And there is absolutely nothing left to do tonight except sleep. If you like this video, let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is. I'm always curious about that. And if you have a suggestion for the next story, maybe a hidden ingredient, a forgotten regulation, a product that turned out to be something other than what its label suggested, feel free to leave it in the comments.